Why's there blood on here? Did they sign in blood? It goes on when it goes on, or just record.
John, that's all I had. I think Lisa has the original.
Oh, yeah, I have those.
Oh, it's fine. That's fine.
There he is. Here comes Kramer. Thank you.
Yes, so him and then Dave.
Have to.
Morning, Eric.
Good morning.
What's his morning? Oh, thank you.
Morning. Morning, Francis. Same with you. I haven't met you guys. And I got to Okay, all right. Yes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 9 o'clock. We're about to commence, we are going to commence our regular board meeting of August 16th, 2025. Fort Clark Springs Board. Will everyone please stand for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Well, 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Well, following it's too hot. I like it. It's following it. Yeah, take it off. Oh. It's here. Put it on the air. I didn't know that's how we're going. You'd otherwise have to go there for phase 4. You sure? Do we have more chairs in phase 4?
Recording in progress. No.
But I thought we won't, before we find it, we'll talk about it. All right. So what's your issue?
Is it a go item?
Yeah.
Can we start?
I mean, yeah.
All right, we're gonna start with the approval of the regular board meeting minutes of July 19, 2025. Does anybody have any concerns about it? Board of Directors?
I'll make a motion to approve the regular board meeting minutes July 19th, 2025.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Special meeting minutes of August 9, 2025.
They'll be at the next meeting,
Okay.
at the next special meeting. Have time to get those
No
done.
Okay, great, fantastic. We'll handle that at the next board meeting, the minutes of the special meeting of August 9, 2025. Secretary's report.
I'd like to get about this. I'd like to report that there were 383 ballots that were returned with no forwarding address. And I've been working on spreadsheets to show those. I think he was going to put one of them up on the deal. There's 106 return ballots, and out of those 106, they paid cash in 2024, but they have not paid any assessments. So I've made some spreadsheets and put all of those on a spreadsheet with action items so we can start clearing those up. There's some that we've already contacted, and they're evidently when Black System pulled stuff into building them, we didn't get mailing addresses, we got physical address, some physical addresses. And those were returned. We've cleared some of those up, and they're already into building on electronic funds transfer or credit card, and they're paying their assessments. So I'm hoping that we can clear up at least 100 of them and get them paid, or either if they have lots and their lot assessment is only like a little bit over $7 a month. And I think a lot of them are just paying their lots, but not their assessment here. And so we'll have to either start filing some liens or foreclosing on some of those if they're not going to pay their assessments. But like I said, there's 106 that pay CAD, so if they can pay CAD, they can pay it. Or you'll get a lot back, whatever they want to do. I have action items in all the spreadsheets. And as soon as I complete the other member return ballots, we'll be putting those tasks into Building, and Ms. Charlene can assign them to whoever, member services or QuickBooks or whoever needs to go in and fix that action item. I had, 60 on a spreadsheet that I'm, trying to get some information on because, it looks like in 1996 that
We want to get this way.
you can if you.
Since you're talking, that's why I'm wondering.
This is one of the hundreds and six that I have on the spreadsheet, and I've got the number and the name and an action item on that one. And then you can go to the next one, the one that had, that starts with the 4. There's 60 of these, and they have that Fort Clark is the grantee, and that they were granted to the fort, with the special warranty deeds. So I'm trying to track those down. I was told that in 1990s that the fort, paid, Mendelson for those lots. And we're just trying to clean the books, and it's been decades of work, and it's gonna take us some time to get there, but we're working on it. I just want to let y'all know that we're working on it. And then I've got, 86 members, that have not paid CAD or us. So, and some of them since 2000. So those are gonna have to be worked on as far as maybe foreclosures, or at least putting some liens on the properties that CAD gets ready to foreclose on. So that's where I am. I've got 252 with action items, and the rest of them I'll have this week. I'm still working on.
And this is that third spreadsheet you wanted to show.
Right, that's 86 of them on there, but I've still got the balance of the 83 that were returned. So that's, all I have to say on that. I would like to make a note. I've been looking at Prop 209 and under Property Code 209. They don't have any legal provision that allows the HOAs to remove a member from receiving ballots of official notices simply because the mail has been returned, repleted, or marked as undeliverable, even if we have to do multiple attempts. So some of these we may not be able to get cleared by the next election. We may have to go ahead and send a ballot and get another return ballot. But I'm great hopes that it won't be 3,000 of them. I'm hoping we're going to be able to clean that. And Jason's been very, very helpful. He made a dashboard for me, and I can go to that dashboard and I can click and go straight to CAD, or I can click and go straight to Buildium, back and forth, and it made it so much faster. And we're hoping to get on the other ones, because on the ones that I just have 60 of, there's actually about 400 of those somewhere in our system. And we're trying to find it. I think Jason said you found about 300.
Yeah.
So we're gonna eventually get this thing cleaned up. It's been decades, but it's gonna take some time, but we are working on it.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman. Treasury report?
All right. This, at the end of July, we had $856,275, $856,275.02 in all our bank accounts. Looks like we closed out one of the Texas community accounts, and most of the money has been moved into Fidelity. We're just waiting on some checks that should be here soon so we can close out the restricted and historical bank and trust accounts. Looks like we've had no lot sales in June or July. We've had a few transfers, 4 transfers, 4 new FRMs, and 1 give back charter and 1 non-performing give back. And the motel got $12,179 in July. That was 15 members, I need glasses, I guess I'm minimum 59 member guests, non-members, 93 and 167 total rooms occupied. Okay, that's all I have.
Jason, I have one question for you. I know the total cash balance in our account is $856,000. Sorry, $856,275,000. Is that an increase or we had a decrease from last month?
I don't know, we don't have that figure here. It's similar to what we had last month.
Because we've been consistent now over $800,000 for at least 6 months, correct?
Yeah, but you know what, 185 is tied up in that surety bond.
Yeah.
Parts in restricted, parts in operating, so it's not as great as we have 850K just sitting there in our hands. We can do anything we want with.
888.
Okay. Thank you. General manager report.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Oh, good. We're doing all right. There's coffee back there and some snacks if you guys are gonna be here for a bit. Just gonna put it out there. Okay, staffing contractors agreements. There have been some changes in staffing recently and we're working through this. We're in the process of training for payables and delinquencies. Operations, we renewed our surety bond for the landfill. While the funds are held at Amisad Bank, we earned $7,300 in interest during the year as the account was receiving a 4% rate. We renewed it. I just got the letter yesterday and all the forms signed because we have to renew it every single year. And we are rolling that 73,000 in interest back into that. So we will be receiving 4% interest again this year. So that will only add to the extra income coming in. The RV park camp spot platform is expected to go live by next week. But as you know, things can hold things up. So the latest would be the week after. We received the sheriff's report on a theft that happened at the golf course on March 9, 2025. And here's what the summary is. After interviewing the employees, these points were notated. The manager was not aware of the total petty cash. One window in the Los Morris room was not locked. The safety lock had not been, the safe code had not been changed. Security has checked the security checked the pro shop at 11:36 on March 8th, which took about 20 minutes to walk and check outside and inside, as they do have to fill and sign in when they go into the golf course. It is determined that the theft happened sometime after 12 a.m. on March 9th. As there were no cameras in the pro shop, the suspect could not be identified. We made changes in that to where all deposits go to the security gate every night and they're picked up every morning, so there's no cash left at the site. We are still working on getting security cameras, but we changed all the locks, and because we're taking the cash out to the front, we did not have a safe. We don't have a safe, so that way we don't have to worry about that. Any questions on that? Okay. Okay. All Fidelity accounts will have check writing abilities as soon as we receive the checks, which should be next week, the latest the week after. We have expedited that. All of the transfers from bank and trust for the restricted and the historical have been transferred over to Fidelity. We're just waiting till the checks come to close them out. By the end of September, we should have 3 more accounts closed, which will leave us a general fund with bank and trust, 3 Fidelity accounts, 1 surety bond account, and a discussion will be held with the board about a separate account for recycling because that's been brought up. We don't have one as yet. We'll be talking about that to see if they want to open a separate account for that. Jason will give an update on the building reconciliation, the P&L, and Aaron will update the membership about the hotel, which is good news. We're pretty close. Here's a smile. We got good news. So volunteer friendly partnership support.
I would like to give a shout out to golf members who have put in some time helping with mowing on the golf course, which was Cash Lettingsinger. I think I said Letzinger, okay. Hale Ratliff, Dyke Stewart, and Herb Heflin, Kevin Stevens, and Mark Johnson. Thank you for all of your help, helping us keep up with the mowing because it has with the rain and, the amount of staffing we have, that was a huge help. Pickleball update. I've been speaking with Mary Ann. Unfortunately, the Olivers did not receive the grant that was applied for, but are moving forward with the project from the funds they have collected. Mary Ann will be sending me the plan and materials that will be used for the tennis court at the golf course. And I will be presenting the board with an alteration form. There's not going to be much change. It's just going from a tennis to a pickleball court. But all the materials, labor and everything is all paid for through them with all the money that they have raised. And I will present that to the board with all the information so they can look at the operation form. And then projects, potholes and landscaping. Potholes repair will start up starting next Friday in Unit 1. Marketing is still currently working on the hunting packages. We kind of put a hold on that because we were waiting, when to bring that up because, the hotel was on hold a little bit until we could get those repairs done. On the stables, I will be sending out letters to members who have made alterations to their rented stalls. Members will be required to return the stalls to their original condition. If this is not done, the association will move forward with installing the stalls and the cost will be charged to the member based on the estimate that we have received. Jason will give an update on Ojo. All of the pool was finished being painted this year, so it looks very nice. And then I am still working on the project because budget kind of stalled a few things I was working on to present to the board for the RV sites to have shade cover and events. No events to talk about as of now, but a schedule of upcoming events will be sent by Andreas. I'd also like to highlight one event he's currently organizing, which is Wine Expo tasting at the commissary on November 8th. We already have 4 out-of-town vendors confirmed. I believe we're working with vendors to also sell at that point. We'll have food trucks. And with additional participants expected as Andreas finalizes the detail, more information will be shared soon. And then marketing report. So this is going to be something new to my GM notes because there's a lot going on with marketing. And I'll try to whiz by this really fast. CamSpot integration launch, which I just talked about. It provides real-time availability to data to customers, collect store customer information for future, and utilize this data for mass email and marketing, keeping guests informed of special offers, updates, and events with the park. Fort Clark Passport Program. This is something new we're working on. We're excited to announce that we have received the custom-made stamps for our upcoming Fort Clark Passport project. This initiative is designed to encourage visitors to explore key historic locations throughout the fort. Here's how it works. Visitors collect stamps at designated sites across the fort. Once completed, they will receive a Fort Clark decal specifically stating that they have visited all the sites that we have here. The decal serves as a souvenir and it acts as a mobile marketing tool promoting our brand wherever visitors travel. I think that's exciting. Don't you? Guys, smile. Come on. Okay. Historical site QR code project. As part of our ongoing mission to improve educational experiences, we are in the process of updating all historical locations on our website, installing QR codes at each site that will be linked to detailed information about the location. Bird watching signage project. A new informational sign will be installed at designated bird watching area, making it easier for visitors to locate and enjoy the unique feature of the fort. The sign will include a guide to bird species commonly found in the area, and additional educational content to enhance the visitor's experience. Event department expansion venues. To better serve event planners and visitors, we are restructuring part of our events department by introducing a new category, venues. Key updates include transitioning the term rentals to venues to better align with industry language and enhance appeal, and updating our website venue page to offer a more visually engaging and user-friendly experience. And then working in collaboration with Beyond the Decor to streamline event planning services for future weddings, conferences, and private events. And then marketing and customer outreach. We are preparing to represent Fort Clark Springs at the Wedding Expo in Del Rio in August. This event provides a valuable opportunity for us to connect with potential clients interested in hosting their events at the fort. And then this is in conjunction with new pamphlets that we are currently in design. These materials will highlight Fort Clark as a natural oasis, showcasing its unique scenery and appeal as both a historical site and a modern getaway. And then upcoming signature event. Plans are underway for the Fort Wine Fest, which I've already discussed. And the last one, Trail Mapping Initiative. We are currently evaluating Ford's trail system with the goal of creating accurate trail maps and developing structured tour routes, attracting hiking and outdoor enthusiasts without targeted marketing. That's it for the marketing portion. And then I have something that I've had a few members ask me to clarify by some of the recent 3-month posts to letters to the editor in the Kinney County paper. First, the last one was called Fraud, Waste, and Abuse. I would like to acknowledge that the way organizations purchase needed supplies has changed significantly over the last 30, 40 years. One of the biggest changes has been the growth of Amazon. They provide free shipping, competitive prices, and quick access to items, and even military bases rely on them. For those of you that don't know, we are a remote little oasis. We are 30 miles from Del Rio, 35 miles from Eagle Pass, and 40 miles from Uvalde, and 110 miles from San Antonio. So for us to drive to get those or to buy them in town is very expensive. So we get free shipping from Amazon. Amazon doesn't just offer fun stuff. They offer maintenance, toiletries, admin thing, anything you need, you can pretty much get it from Amazon. So why wouldn't I want to use that and have it delivered to us for free? So we don't have to drive there. And then at Fort Clark, here are some of the necessary items that I just mentioned. We've ordered belts for machinery, spark plugs and gaskets, oil and lawnmowers, copy paper, office supplies, pens, pencils, tapes, staples, post-it notes, toiletries, and cleaning supplies. Every item that has been questioned as fraud or misappropriation has a clear and legitimate purpose. All receipts are kept and accounted for and verified by our annual auditors. Everything is uploaded into QuickBooks and notated for every single thing. So, Amazon Marketplace, 10,787, which was from April to 2024 to present. All purchases are documented with receipts and verified by auditors. I've already listed some of the items that we have purchased from them. HEB, $1,676. Again, every receipt has been accounted for. So let me make an analysis. If you buy, I use this kind of a pun maybe. If you buy a bottle of wine at the shop across the street, let's just say wine that I like to drink, which would be Cali Red by Snoop Dogg. You can buy it in Del Rio for $12. Here, it costs $25. Why wouldn't I go to Del Rio to purchase it? Or purchase anything? I love to support Bracket. We spend a lot of money at the Ranch Supply. We spend a lot of money at D&D, and we spend a lot of money in Bracket. But I still also have to be conservative. Executives or board lunches. Director Mendias was not the only one who brought his own lunch. As GM, I continue to provide a monthly lunch for the board in appreciation of the many hours of work they give freely. with no compensation. Only one person has ever voiced an objection. Now, unfortunately, nobody ordered lunch this month. And I think that's kind of sad because I think they deserve it. And I will back that up 100%. So, executive session. These are not secret meetings. Executive session is a standard process where the board temporarily closes the public portion of a meeting to discuss private matters such as legal issues, personnel, contracts, or delinquent accounts. Afterward, the board either returns to open session or formally adjourns. Decisions are brought forward for membership discussion and approval as appropriate. And the San Angelo spending bench. This was me. My husband had cancer in his neck, and he had it removed. And we were in San Angelo, and it was an outpatient. And when we were done, I went to Sam's and bought food for the golf course so they could sell it to make some money. Got it on a receipt. Don't feel bad about it. So sometimes when some of those items are in different towns, I have every single documentation that anybody needs or will ask you for. So, accountability. The board was elected by the members, and the board in turn hired me as the general manager. Yes, I do have access and control of the association's credit card, and every expenditure is reported in QuickBooks and reviewed during our yearly audit. For the last 3 months, a letter to the editor has repeatedly implied that I am spending association funds unchecked and irresponsibly. This is false and harmful, and it is damaging my reputation. I will formally be addressing these accusations to put an end to this ongoing harassment. My door is always open by appointment. I have to say that because otherwise people will just come there all day long. For any member who has questions, and almost every person that's in this room has come into my office and has talked to me about anything, and I've never turned them away. Transparency and accountability remain priorities, and every dollar spent is documented and audited. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cavender. Any reports, airport?
There isn't any. I don't.
There's a committee
This
report,
one? Oh, okay.
airport.
From the airport, mowing has increased because of the rain. We had one guest pilot visiting a member. After 11 years of dedicated commitment to the airport, serving in various positions on the airport committee, Stan Martin will be stepping down to replace Stan. The committee would like for the board to appoint Charlie Welch to the airport committee. He recently rejoined the airport community. Charlie brings over 20 years of general aviation experience with him, is a member in good standing, and has previously had an aircraft at the port. He would be a great addition to the committee. The other current committee members are Eston Mullins, Brett Hollingsworth, Chris Perkins, and Maria Perkins. Thank you. Do we need to make a mention in the church one?
I'll make a motion to appoint Charlie Welch to the airport committee.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous? Vote. Appointing Charlie Welch as the head of the airport committee. Architecture committee? Francis, before you talk, as we're getting into the meeting, if anyone wants to speak, please come up to the mic. It's very important that y'all come up and speak at the mic. Thank you.
Since your last meeting, we approved 5 permit requests and 1 extension. We denied 2 permit requests and tabled another one until we can get more information. We're working on resolving 2 complaints we have received and sent out numerous violations. I wasn't at the July meeting, and I think it was brought up about the liens that y'all had put on.
Yep.
properties.
We got that all, we got that all on building, and we're putting a lien on them.
Okay,
Hasn't been done yet, because I have never done that before, so I need a little help with that, so that's.
that'll be more coming. Get your practice in. And then the secretary of the board will send letters to those people, letting them know. what's been done.
Well, actually, I will.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. Golf committee? I know you mentioned earlier that the golf committee were responsible for the cutting of the grass at the golf course.
Mhm.
So I'm very appreciative of that.
That was the
Men's committee.
Oh, the men's committee, okay. Okay, 2 separate committees, I'm sorry.
Yes.
My bad. Preservation committee,
Okay. We had one meeting this month. And what we did then is we discussed the preservation bank accounts and status of transfers and checks. So am I understanding correctly that we will have checks this week?
Next week or the week after, they're expediting it.
Okay, because we are in a time crunch here.
We still have checks that we can write from the bank and trust if we needed to.
Do you have any money in there?
We can transfer it.
Okay. Anyway, so we reviewed contractor bids on the Post Theater, the Seminole Hall, the Service Club, Post Stables, and also the Art Studio. And you have been forwarded the bid that we have accepted on this, and we ask that you please approve it today so that we can implement this bid, because we have the Historical Commission of Texas, Kinney County branch will be coming to do inspections of all the buildings with markers on them. And all these buildings have markers on them. They'll be here in January, so we want to make sure that we've got everything done before then. And that's it. Thank you very much.
thank you so much, Ms. Constance. Recycling committee, I know, Ms. Elena said she sent in a letter.
1 second. It's something the board needs to approve. The,
They don't get the email, but it's not, we can discuss in executive session.
I think we're facing a couple hurdles, because if we don't approve it, then we have to email vote it, which is not as transparent, just getting the rules now and putting it,
Right, so I have reviewed the bid.
and I reviewed the bid, yeah.
Okay, there's only one amendment I have to the bid, and it's relative to the staples, which I was involved in. There's no, it doesn't say anchor bolts, to anchor plates to the foundation. That's my only comment. Okay, and otherwise I'm fine to approve it. So it's like not to draw this out.
I know it's not on the agenda, but if we do an email vote, that's less on the agenda, it's less transparent. We might as well just, if anybody has concern, they can voice their concern and move forward.
Does anybody have a copy of it? Because not part of our packet, number one, and what I recollect, it was over $20,000.
Yeah.
But it's part of their money, so I know that.
It was in our board, and I reviewed it.
So
My preference at this moment, though I'll go with the majority is and we can discuss it, but I'd like to have a copy of the email to discuss. I mean, emails, either we discuss it in public or we discuss it in executive session and make a decision afterwards.
I don't believe this can be discussed in executive session. It has to be an open session budget with comment.
Well, we need a copy of the email. I guess we can do it a little later on. I mean, is there's gonna be an amendment to the agenda, even though it's not on the agenda?
Yeah, well, I mean, Constance, can you give us some context as to how urgent it is to be done, that it can't wait till next month?
We have 5 buildings that need repair. We need to get them done. Oops, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I understand. Are we going to do the president?
We could vote on it.
We had 5 buildings that need to be repaired. We have to get them repaired before the 1st of January. And that, it's going to take that amount of time to do the repairs. And that's what I was talking about when I came up with the mic before. So please go ahead and approve it today. So we have approval. That, I mean, behind the scenes, what's gonna happen is we have to go back to our contractor and get them started on these jobs. And he has, I mean, he doesn't live by the port itself, and which business we give him. So we want to jump on this as soon as possible.
Since I don't have the email in front of me, can you tell me who the contractor is again?
You should,
Did you just say it in public?
yeah, it's MK Builders.
Okay, what is the charge? What is the final charge? Do you remember?
It's around 29,000 something.
29,000.
I believe also in that email, Constance had a request as a sole vendor because she went out for bids and,
We had
that
one,
he's the only bid
he was the only bidder that responded.
and they have asked them several times to respond. So she has attached a sole vendor request in there, and she had also requested for us to vote on that.
I'm confused at where our bid went. I know it was sent.
It's right here, but
It's right,
the
okay.
problem, Constance, is that it was sent on Friday. It would need to be sent at the latest last Friday to be on the
Get
agenda for today. Yes, ma'am.
Print it off. Oh,
But
got it, okay.
I think we can find a couple ways to work. We could talk about it now, and if there's no objections or if there is any concerns, then we could email vote it Monday.
I think that's reasonable since this is part of the preservation report. We can discuss the preservation report.
Yeah.
And then we will hold our vote later and we can let people talk about it now.
Yeah.
So we do have the email, we can read it for everyone to hear. That way we get this out to the public. Does that sound good? everyone?
Sounds good. I want to get those buildings fixed. No doubt about it.
John, you
Wait,
want
want to read it?
Sure. I can read the email here. This is a request from Constance, from David Ewing. The Fort Clark Springs Historical Building Committee is requesting approval to disperse funds from the Fort Clark Historical Buildings Preservation Fund in the following amounts: $29,140 and $2,914. Bid 2079 from NK Builders is attached for the $29,140. This bid is for 5 historic buildings plus theater, Seminole Hall, service club, both stables, and art studio. I've attached a single sole source justification to the request. And the Fort Clark Springs Historic Building Committee is pursuing repairs to complete the historical building prior to the Kinney County Historical Commission inspection review, which is typically done in January. To accomplish this task, the committee voted to approve the 10% bonus to MK Builders LLC if all buildings were completed by December 31st. And this amount is in the amount of $2,914, and we are requesting approval of the amount. However, we will not ask for disbursement of these funds until the requirement is met.
John. I think you were. Discussion amongst the directors.
I just have my one comment on the stables because I created the RFP and it's missing anchor bolts to the foundation, but that's it.
That's not.
So I can't print that up.
I got you. I got you. Members, any questions or concerns regarding? Come on up, Ms. Linda. Come on down.
It's really poor. I have not seen what has been submitted with regard to the barn, and I would kind of like to know. That's all I.
It's in your packet. It says Staples.
After old business. I have unfinished.
Okay, Linda, the Staples repair, saddle room building, remove all termite damaged walls in saddle room, replace all damaged studs, materials and walls as required, install all new material, caulk and paint all newly installed materials, custom build 4 new window frames, replace any rotted material around window opening and caulk and paint newly replaced material. And then Aaron's gonna amend that and, require anchor bolts.
Perfect, thank you.
That's what you gave us.
This is separate.
Oh,
Yeah, that's not the same.
This is
Mhm.
later on. Is that on the agenda later?
Yeah, it's all business. Stables update.
Okay, yeah, this is relative to Ms. Calendar's repair quote or returning the stable to the original. So we can address that in old finish. It's separate from the preservation request for the structures.
I have a session with executive session, discuss it then.
Well, we'll discuss it in open the meeting, and then we can talk.
Okay.
We'll let you
Whatever
in
works
5
for you.
minutes from.
Okay, so we've read the bid now.
Mhm.
Anyone that wants to comment on that bid?
What's the final, and then the price?
It'll be
29,000,
end up being 32,000 roughly.
up to $32,000. And those funds will be coming from the preservation account, right?
And it's for 5 buildings.
Yeah.
Okay, unless anyone wants to say anything else, we will have a vote, an email.
Come on up, Mr. Huey.
$29,000 qualifies you for the Texas State Historic Tax Program. You're over $5,000. They're all plaque buildings or contributing buildings. That's 25% off.
Perfect.
Paperwork has to be done then.
So we will vote on approving it with condition that we will file paperwork to get our 25%, I guess, rebate discount from the state.
No, the Historical Commission of Kinney County will be doing that.
The county correction.
That's
And when I say we, I mean,
Yeah.
it will be done.
The County Historical Commission does not submit the paperwork.
Right.
So the association has to submit the paperwork. I've opened a file on a building that I'm a part owner in, that's a historic building or a contributing building. The property owner or the agent, so Charlena or someone in her office has to fill out, there's 3 stages. First, you go to the state, they let you know that your building qualifies. We know these buildings qualify. Second step is that you submit the plans that you have right here in front of you. Submit those to the state. They say, go ahead, do it. Third thing is you finish the project, submit the receipts, and then they give us the documentation to use that moving forward.
So what we will vote to do then is,
Make a motion.
no, I'm describing what we're doing first, which is we will be pursuing filling out the proper documentation to get our rebate. And we will then vote on approving this expense as we have to vote on it. So it will, I assume we'll just say that will be an email vote we will have. But we're adding that we're going to add to it the documentation of the structures to get the rebate to lower the actual cost. So
That work.
I motion to approve this or I motion to send this to an email vote subject to the paperwork being added on to it. With also my amendment to the anchor bolts.
Yeah, I'll second it.
All in favor? Jason? Unanimous?
Recycling center. The recycling center report. the recycling center funds from 2022 to 2025 were sent to the board and the general manager last week. The Fort Clark Association profited $5,013, and we acquired a baler, a storage building, a forklift, a weight scale, and supplies. Many thanks to Clay Couples and to the maintenance department for cutting down all the weeds in the recycling center. It looks great now. The recycling center will be closed Saturday, August the 30th for Labor Day weekend. Thank you, Helena McBride.
Thank you. Kinney County water update. Is anybody here for the Kinney County water update? Okay. Next item, community council report.
We haven't met.
Okay. We had, this past month, we've had no email votes.
No, we got one.
Yeah.
One? Oh, it's unlisted here
It's
on the
the
agenda.
engineer's contract.
Yeah.
I think we just need to read the summary line and that's it.
Okay, we did have an email vote to approve money from the restricted fund to be spent on an engineer's contract that they're gonna review, and Aaron is deeply involved in that, and he's been a big help to us. And we approved that those monies from the restricted fund be used to pay the $450 for the engineers that will be assisting us for the motel. That's the extent of that. Old business, stables update.
First of all, thank you to Constance and her group and the board for more consideration with regard to repairs to the barn. And the addition of the anchor bolts, because that's important as well. We've already started, we've had 2 stalls vacated, and we've already started to clean up pieces of hardware that have been installed here, there, and everywhere. I mentioned this to Charlene, there are years of extension cords all strung together in the ceiling for lights that they show up with. I personally am going to buy a new set of lights. Someone has already bought a light at Walmart, which has 4 different. I don't know what it's called, but it's much more update and throws 5 times the light of a normal light. So I'm gonna buy 4 more of those and get, hopefully with your help with maintenance, I can't get on the ladder to get them up there and clean the cobwebs out, but we're gonna do that. That will make a tremendous difference. All of this personal lights hung from the ceiling with extension cords need to come down because they're a fire. They are big fire hazard. I mean, we lose it to fire, we've lost it. So with your permission, I'd like to move forward with that. I have tried to. We need to make a difference to clean up the barn, I would like to get more members in the barn. I hear this with some regularity. Why are we paying on this? We never get to go. Well, first of all, they need to understand that the horses are skittish, they're valuable. And so we just don't want people moseying, because we don't know what they're feeding them, that kind of thing. But I think we should have an open house occasionally to let the membership in because they're paying the bills. So they need to know what's there and what's part of the historical aspect. I'm sure we can get some information from Bill Hahn that would give us something like in a sheet of paper that we could hand out. I personally have found a huge packet of songs that they were singing around a campfire in the 60s when people came here to ride horses. And I have a big fire pit that is transferable with a couple of guys. We could put it in the middle of the arena once in a while. on a Saturday night and invite people to come in. They could bring their own refreshments. We've asked for a donation. The money would go towards the project. And it gives the membership the opportunity to get into the barn and they can't complain about the fact that they can't get in the barn. I think it's good for the barn, it's good for the membership. I even thought about trying to buy a big plastic horse. You know what I'm talking about? You see them? I don't know where we can get one, but we're gonna find one. And we could put it in a stall at the end where they can come in and see the stall with a horse and it and not be messing with the horses. So anyway, it's just a thought.
Mr. Ed,
The point is to keep it alive, keep the barn alive. Don't laugh, you wait, this is gonna work. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you for your help and maybe I can chat a little bit more and so I don't freak everybody out. Thank you.
No, that's good. That's good.
thank you, Ms. Lehman. DLP, someone from DLP to visit with us, come on down. Please share your name with us, sir.
Yes, good morning. My name is Hector Montalvo. I am the Chief Operating Officer for GOP Services. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I understand Martin Mojica was here. He's one of our GMs. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to be here. We have a little bit of restructuring going on. Like I shared with Ms. Cavender, the fort is one of our contracts that we take a lot of pride in. And I know for a fact, based on conversations that we've had on our executive meetings, that it wasn't meeting up to standard. And it was made aware to me. I rearranged some of the resources to come oversee it. It wasn't happening. So like I told Ms. Cavender, I had to move everybody aside. And I said, you know what, I'll come in here. I've done this plenty of times. I've been doing this for the past 15 years. And probably since I was a little kid, my dad owned a landscaping company. So I know a thing or two about mowers. So these past 2 weeks, I've been hands-on with the guys. I've been back and forth with Ms. Cavender's staff, just learning the fort. So I did make a few notes. If you allow me to give you an update from these past couple of weeks that I've been here. So one of the things, the first day when I stepped in here, they told me about Fairway Street and Eagle Way. That was the first area where we sent off the guys. They started attacking that. They finished that off in the later portion of last week, understanding that Fridays is the entrance. That's every Friday deal and around the pool area. So we really just work Monday through Thursday on the other given areas. From there, at the beginning of this week, they attacked the entire recreation area on both sides of the street and made their way all the way down to the bridge right before the RV park, turning back around at the creek, down Fort Creek. They took the bridge, that little road next to the creek, made their way back on Fort Clark Street into Unit 15. At the same time, I had a second crew show up. It was another gentleman. I don't know if you guys met him. His name is Ozzy. He's a great guy. He started attacking right around the horse stable area on Wednesday and Thursday. I believe he went into the horse stables and then made his way to that old RV park that was off to the side. That appeared to be an area of concern that hadn't been addressed in a while. One of the things, by then that was already Friday, the team went back to the front, attacked the pool again, and gave another touch up to the entrance. Into next week, we're looking at, there's an area of concern that was brought up to me on Thursday. Right around Unit 3, that the propane tanks aren't being able to be accessed. So the staff will continue to work on that on Monday. So that was the top of my priority. Obviously, I've been talking to their staff constantly. That way I can stay on top of other areas that continue to be a little bit overgrown and neglected over the past couple of months. Obviously, you guys know better than I do. We've had quite a bit of rain in this particular little spot. Little quick showers that just feed all these feeds into the bloom. One of the things Friday, the airport, there's an area in the airport. I didn't make it out Friday to go see it. But Aussie did get told about an area in the airport,
In the airport? Don't touch it.
He was there Friday because they told him.
That's Philip's shop.
Okay,
And if he doesn't do it, he'll
Okay,
hear
we can
about
talk
it.
about it later.
Yeah, so you don't have to
Thanks.
worry about it.
okay, so we give you a hand. Okay.
Okay.
Update, I know that one of the things, that kept coming up was the equipment. I just finalized yesterday, the purchase of an M7 tractor, Kubota tractor, it's a 75 horsepower with 12 foot wing bat, with all safety features, AC cab, the whole 9 yards, so we can expedite some of the longer stretches, like, for example, the front, outside of the areas. One of the things that I usually do in these types of contracts where we have fast areas, I'll take it, for example, the front. Right around the area is probably, if I look at the front, we'll probably do 40 yards with a regular mower so that it looks nice and clean. But more towards the back part, that's what we'll shred with the shredder, because that doesn't give it the nice, clean, sharp look like a regular mower will. But the shredder will keep it well maintained. So that's one of the things that we'll be hopefully bringing in here Monday or Tuesday. I just need to coordinate the logistics. We purchased that in November. We've made quite a bit of progress, I think, these past few weeks, a little bit different than the previous months. I do apologize on behalf of the company, for those missteps, the mismanagement, probably a little bit of miscommunication. But I am taking the necessary steps, to rectify this and move in the right direction. Like I told Ms. Cavender, I won't always be here. I'm not the person that will take over the contract and oversee it. But I am gonna find the right person that's going to give you the constant communication and on top of the quality that you guys are pursuing.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Mr. Montalvo, I got a couple questions.
Sure.
Last month, Mr. Mojica was here and he mentioned the issue of the striping. Has that been, is that in the works?
It was brought up to my attention. I did talk to our construction team. Regarding that, it's two different departments that have to commingle in that. But if you allow me, I will email you an update, everybody an update, and we'll come back around to that.
We've also had an issue that we've had an issue with, we had a member issue. And I spoke a little bit to Charlene and maybe something can be worked out. Fort Clark is really the main road. All roads are important, but the main road is Fort Clark. And all of the bigger vehicles, UPS trucks, specifically RVs, go through Fort Clark Road. And we have an overhang on some of the speed trees up from the golf course all the way up to the front. I'm hoping that in the near future, we can address those somehow, some way. In trying to get those, they're like this, they're hitting the RVs and some members with RVs are complaining about it. So, this is where we're at, and that's one of the things we need to, hopefully we can work on.
Sure.
If we don't do it ourselves, then I'm not even sure we have the equipment for it, but, you know, I hope and deal, it might be able to help.
Definitely it's something we can take a look at. I know that there's still a couple of things that we still have to work with.
Okay.
But at the same time, the best part for me is you guys let me know what it is, what areas we need to address, and we continue to do so and plan them. Most important for us is plan.
And I'm very appreciative for the uptick. The uptick from last month, it almost went up big time and it was cleaned up quickly. And I know that there's some cleanup needed in some units, Jason, specifically yours, right, unit 3?
He's a mess.
Whatever little thing can cut down by unit 3, that'd be a big help, right, Jason?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. I'd like to say I met Ozzy and he did tell me that unit 3 was on his project and he's waiting for that equipment to come in.
Yes.
I mean, I think you'll find a lot of people in the scrap units, so I'll go ahead and give a shout out for unit 1, also needing areas addressed that have been overgrown for some time.
Okay. Oh, and that's one of the things that, as I get to know Philip and Matt, and they drive me around these areas, it's been a little bit difficult to consistently see where it is that we're supposed to be cutting. So we might be in one particular area and we might,
Yeah.
let's say we did the whole easement, but there was a lot that was supposed to be cut. So there's been a lot of rework these past few weeks, not even in the, there's been a lot these last 2 weeks that I've been here, but I can just imagine going back to when these guys first started. That has slowed down the process of them catching up, but it's been a learning curve. And what I've done differently in order for this not to happen again, I blew up the map on I think it's 2x4, 3x5. I'm not sure the size, and I've been able to put a little more detail into that big map that we've had.
Would you like me to produce a full scale plot? I'm
Yes.
well with my ability to do that.
We've been asking, and I've been working with Google Earth and what we can. But yes,
There we go.
I want one.
Okay,
Put it up in my
just
office.
add it onto my list.
Okay.
yes. So I've been
Real volunteer.
doing some messing around with Google Earth, trying to plot out these areas, map out the acreage on certain areas. That way we can understand the productivity that these guys can produce, and we should be expecting at the same time.
Very good, Mr. Montalvo. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Thank you for everybody. I will say one last thing before I wrap up. Thank you to all the members of the board, because the guys really appreciate when you guys stop by, give them a water bottle. They do thank that, and they take notice in it, and believe it or not, they're very appreciative. They might be sweating and they might not talk much when you guys see them, but thank you very much. They do appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Discussion / action items. Number one, motel expected fee proposal or RFP proposal.
All right, well, this is the email vote that we had that was approved for a consult with the engineers. I could go into real detail about this if anyone actually wants to hear it, but first I'll present it high level. And then if you want more information, please just let me know, and I will bore you to death with literal nuts and bolts descriptions. Okay, so the 450 approved was for an estimated couple of hours of consultation initiated by my response to the engineers line item points about repairs necessary, whether it is for rotting members or inadequate members for design load or inadequate wind load considerations. So uplift things, not just a gravity load, but the wind blowing away things. So I went line by line and came up with my educated guess based off of the work that I do, which is again not engineering, but I apply this all the time. So I gave my a variety of solutions to them for them to review. We then reviewed it. They gave me email responses back, and then on top of that, we also had a phone discussion talking about possible options for really the bulk of the work. It's not just the connections, but it's the joist design of the second floor balcony. So the floor between the roof and the ground, the way that's assembled. So based on that conversation, I do have a number of ways to solve it, and it's going to be a pricing exercise in how much we want to spend versus aesthetic. And I've said that every time, but it's true. There is a way I could make the joists look nearly identical to what they are, and it is certainly the most expensive option. Although I can't tell you what that price is, but the RFP will have that as a consideration, and that's to keep the historic nature of the structure, albeit under designed when it was built new. Our best attempt to keep that. The other options would still be in line with the original aesthetic of the structure, but they would be more robust and adequate solutions. I'll dive one little bit into a consideration for the design loads where we did everything we could to minimize the cost. So this is code related, and this isn't. It's a mix between engineering and architecture or building code into classifying the type of structure as a motel. Whereas the majority of my work is residential, so I have to think back to a long time ago when I was in school, or studying for exams on occupancy types for commercial things like a motel. But without going deep into the different ways occupancy types can be described, if this were a entirely commercial scale structure, the minimum load requirement would be 100 pounds per square foot, and that is substantially more robust. And it's not even comparable to what is currently there. So we did manage to find a way to classify our motel via the classification of corridor to individual rooms. And as an historic structure, we can be argued that it falls into residential guidelines, which lowers 100 square foot pound load requirement to 40 square foot pound load, which is still significantly more robust than we currently have. So with that in mind, we did everything we could to lower the design load, and I have a variety of solutions I will be pricing. Again, I could go into more detail about this, but if y'all want me to, but otherwise that's the topic in a nutshell. So I will be proceeding with a ABC version RFP to have this thing priced. Now that I have everything I need from the engineer to put together an RFP. That's where we are.
I have one question. If we do the RFP, I don't know if Constance knows, do we need to get the Texas Historical Commission to approve anything that we're gonna have to maybe not substitute for the original or whatever?
So, well, a couple of things. One, if we have, as Mr. Huey mentioned before, it appears we can apply for some kind of rebate assistance. But two, these structures would be considered adaptive reuse. They were adaptive reuse when they were turned into a motel, and they are functional commercial entities. So that there are exceptions, and life safety supersedes. I'm not proposing to build this out of I-beams and H columns. So in that regard, no, generally these things are allowed, and this is a historic contributing building, but not a historic landmark. Otherwise, it would have more restrictions if it were plaqued like Seminole Hall. That's all I've got, unless anyone has questions on the motel.
I have just one. So it was mentioned to me at one point that if we join the hotel, right, which is fantastic. The upper portion of that, do we have to abide by the standards now for the children are up there having it? I guess the regulations on being able to put their heads through the slots and stuff like that. Sorry.
So you may or may not notice things like that are missing from the report with reason. So at best, I have asked Mr. Hahn for original pictures of the hotel and scratched my head to think how to do it. And the reality is the engineers focused entirely on structural building code for life safety reasons. the rules on handrails regarding openings are actually a building code. And all building codes are typically enforced through the municipality. I can tell you there's no municipality in Kinney County that enforces any year of building code. So that it can be argued we have a slip there. Now, there is a reason for hand rule requirements, and we could, and this has been discussed, so we could, I mean, I can tell you what it would require to make the handrail code compliant, and I think those who care about the historic nature of these structures might kill me. So, in an effort to preserve my own life, I can tell you, we might actually consider having restrictions on age for the second floor.
That's a good idea.
So if we could say if there are children up there, they have to be a certain age and above. Because I would argue it's more dangerous for younger kids than for older.
Yes.
So I think there's things like that we can do, but to, here's the goal, 4 inch. It's a sphere no larger than 4 inches.
Okay.
So currently, you could probably fit a 30-inch sphere through it. So a whole body can easily fly through. The one way to fix that, you could attach a net with rails, mesh,
Right.
plexiglass, plastic, or glass, all the things that no one wants to put there. So I think again, building code is enforced by a municipality. No one enforces building code. We don't have people here to inspect the building code. We have to agree which amended version of the IBC to use, which is always the thing in any city. And even as such, in major municipalities, they often have amendments to those where they cut out things like you don't have to have fire sprinklers because we're not forcing that at this point. So it is up to the governing entity how to apply building code. Structure is a different story.
The latter thing, I think, would work real well, just having younger on the bottom.
Thank you. Anything else from members? Yes, ma'am. Up to the mic.
Question, a concern actually, anyway, I was wondering, is it,
The mic, Ms. Sharp. Oh, sorry.
is it permissible for visitors staying in the motel to grill right outside their front, the door of their rooms? Because people have their grills there
They're not supposed to.
and they're grilling.
They're supposed to do it in that green area between the admin and that. So if they
Yeah.
are, please let us know.
Yeah,
Because they don't always
there's two of
ask.
them.
And
There's two of
sometimes,
them there.
okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah.
We'll take care of
That's
it.
kind of scary, you know.
A little bit.
I was just wondering if it was permissible.
No.
Thank you so much for sharing. Learning some. Next item, pool policy.
Everyone's favorite topic here. I'm surprised it's so quiet.
We have a pool.
Can you give us who wrote this pool policy? Charlotte, where this come from?
I developed it
Okay, and then,
and then I sent it to y'all to look at it and just get feedback on it or change it.
I just didn't know if this was something that's been around for a long time.
No, I did the whole thing.
I read through all of it. I think it all looks great. The only thing I have concern with is, I think in years past, and I could be wrong, I wish Philip was here, to kind of, chit chat about some of these things. But I think it's important for the membership to know that Philip does work with TCEQ for everything that he does. As far as it goes with chlorine and cleaning the pool. But one of my concerns is the pellets. And putting the pellets in there. I think in years past, they had a like a little saddle on the power washer. They used to put it in there and then power wash with that. So can you give us a little explanation about that?
Yes, so my understanding is they put it in there and they did do that. So we recently, with that little spillage that happened, we recently changed it to liquid.
Okay.
And it's a very, very minute amount that goes into the power sprayer that cleans it. And by the time it even hits creek, it's already been evaporated. And TCEQ understands it, has monitored that. Philip works with them very closely because obviously we could get in, some trouble if we're not following those rules and regulations. But, if there's any feedback, because people have said, do you need to use that? So I would leave that up to the board.
I'll read through it, looks fine to me. I would just update it to reflect the application and then, you're fine.
On here, you have that they're gonna mow. Is that part of, maintenance, or is that gonna be DLP?
Well, at some point in time when I made this, Joe Aguilar is our pool guy, and he was one responsible for mowing right in front of the pool. That was like his baby. So hence DLP will take that over. But if Joe wants to continue doing that, I'm not gonna take that away from there because he's been with us for, I don't know, 40 years, a long time.
Just a good job.
That's fine. I was just curious.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question about the
Oh my gosh.
Well, I'm not trying to be difficult, but I'm just passing on information that I hear. The general opinion is that the pool has not been cleaned as well as it has in the past. I haven't been in it yet. I go down and look at it daily, and it's green here, but good here, and then green here, but good there. And the general feedback is the pool's not being maintained to the extent that it used to be. I'm just passing that information on for your consideration.
Everybody's out of practice.
Yes.
Are we still draining every 2 weeks?
We drain it once a week.
Do we drain this week?
We drain it once a week in the summertime when it's hot. And then when it gets cooler, we drain it every 2 weeks. And then we may go to every 3 weeks. It hasn't been done since I've been here. I've been here maybe 17, 18 months. And that is the schedule that we use.
Okay, it was drained this week.
Mm-hmm.
It was, okay, so it's been drained weekly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They drain
The
it
other-
on
the
Wednesday and then they fill it and they clean it.
Can you share with the members, an incident that someone was arrested here, just to get an idea of people, share how they should be behaving in the pool? You don't have to mention names, just say what happened, just give a Reader Digest version of, that incident.
Sure. So we had a few people that were removed by security because they were down there, drinking, drunk, swearing, listening to rap music, and not necessarily all rap music's bad, but this particular rap music was vulgar, and there were children there. And when my security asks them and tells them, hey, please, you can't have, alcohol down by the pool, can't have glass bottles down by the pool, you can't be swearing, you can't be listening to loud music because this is for everybody to use. Then when they don't listen because they say, well, you're too young to tell me that. Okay, well, here's the deal. I don't care how old my security is. They're here for a reason. They're going to do what their job is doing. And if that doesn't work, they are told then to call the sheriff. And so, yes, we've had to have a couple removed and somebody for right now is banned from going down there until we can decide what to do with that situation. But yes, it is a constant battle. And I will tell you this, my security gets beat up all the time. People don't realize people swear at them, they yell at them, they refuse to wear their bracelets. When we tell them, that helps us identify whether you're a member or you're a visitor. If you can't follow the rules, then don't go down there and don't give my people a hard time. You want us to do our job. That's what we need to do. So if you see people not abiding that, please let me know so I can address that. Yes, sir.
What,
Travis?
but Ms. Cavender, one person was actually arrested, taken to the jail, from what I understand. He was released from the jail, he came back to the pool and asked to leave, and then he finally left, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there's been
And
one
he's a
person
member.
arrested. And that's the one that's currently been,
Yes.
So it's a member?
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
I, there's a couple of points I want to make, but in just kind of touching on this one in particular, I have been going to the pool And I would say the full staff that I've seen have done a tremendous job. They seem to know the rules. When I've asked in the office about who gets bans, et cetera, they know the rules. Um, they they're hawks with their whistles chasing down people. I just want to say I've nonchalantly quizzed them and watched, and I'm very happy with how they're performing.
Thank
So I want to throw that one out there. But this touches on another topic of just access to the pool, which I would like to. That's a bigger discussion. As far as referencing to who goes to the pool members, and it's not in the pool. The pool. This, as I see it, is maintenance, not policy, which is what was revised also previously and sent out. So I do want to go back into that one, which to me is the more heated conversation. But before we jump into that, because that's sort of, did you have something to say?
Only in the last sentence there, do we have any idea what you're talking about? We don't, can we get a summary of the policy or what? Because I didn't understand that it was a maintenance policy, which makes sense with what you were addressing earlier, but no one out here has any idea. We don't have the context to evaluate what you're saying or listen or anything.
Whoever would like it electronically, I will be happy to send it to, but I believe you have to prove it first, right? Or we can send a free.
Oh, you approved this, sure. I don't think we.
So what we're looking at here is the standard operating procedure. It doesn't actually address membership and access. So it's purpose, scope, responsibilities, maintenance procedures, annual pool maintenance, reporting and compliance, seasonal pool maintenance. This is an operating SOP that we're looking at. I can give this one out if anyone wants to look at it. It will be submitted. To me, this is an operational thing, whereas that's why I'm saying the separate topic I want to address next is the member and access policy, which will be topic 2 of this.
Can I offer comment regarding the maintenance?
You can take the microphone off, Mr. Hughes.
We did attach one to the ceiling.
Yeah, that's good. I'll spring mine.
He's only 6'7".
I'm 6'8".
Oh, sorry.
Corrected you really fast.
Yeah, you did.
Sorry. I came here last year. I stayed in the RV park. I go to a wellness clinic in Mexico, and so I moved here. And the pool is a big reason I moved here. And I'm wearing my band right away
Thank you.
because I go there every other day. So I'm just like, why would I take it off? I'll forget it otherwise. And to be frank, I have seen a little bit of a decline in how the floor of the pool is maintained comparing last year to this year. And so not meant as a cut, but the question is, do you have adequate equipment, like enough power washing equipment for the staff to do the job? And then secondly, I guess along with that, would you like volunteers? I'm the power washer. I'll bring them. And so maybe residents can actually help you.
Actually, a couple have helped us. And if any of our residents would like to volunteer on Wednesday when they do that, after the pool has been emptied, all you need to do is come to the office and sign a waiver that does not hold us liable if there's any accidents, because it can be slippery, you can fall. So we just want to make sure that everybody's aware, because it is a specific waiver just to help without the pool. And so, yes, the volunteerism is always welcome.
Okay, to bring up my point about the pool, which is pool access, which is part of what was changed and email voted on, et cetera. And I apologize for my naivety in these matters, but I'm learning more with every meeting. I'm getting more familiar with our documents. So this particular topic made me dive into our rules and regulations, which is what covers this area. And so to me, it's pretty cut and dry. And I would believe my opinion is that we're actually in violation with our rules and regs for our current policy which is not that big a deal because the rules and regs can easily be amended by a simple board vote, but we have to agree on it. So this is where it's a discussion. I think particularly the membership should have their input on this. So I'm going to read the rules specifically to the rule that apply here, and I think it should be pretty clear what the violation is and how we can address it, how we want to address it as a community. Okay, this is all in section 1. I'm just going to read pertinent definitions. So, pertinent definition of 1, member. A member is an owner of membership. Member in good standing, member whose assets are not 30 days past due, etc. Immediate family. Immediate family consists of the member's spouse, members residing with the member who are claimed as dependents, and the member of federal income for tax reporting purposes. Member guest. A person to whom a member extends the hospitality of his her home or who stays at the motel or RV park while visiting a member who is a member for the day. Day guest. A person who is granted entry to the grounds for the sole purpose of visiting our commercial or historical facilities for the day. A prospective purchaser of a membership who visits the facilities under assigned supervision or for patronage of an association or organization sponsored event. Access is limited to the visitor center, restaurant lounge, museum, and historic district, site of sponsored event, golf course clubhouse, and 18-hole golf course for play only. Then in section F, member only facilities. Facilities restricted to use by the members only, except as authorized by conditions set forth in these rules and regulations. These facilities include, but are not limited to, the swim park, Par 3 golf course, adult and activity center, tennis courts, picnic rows, stables, under the rules established in Fort Springs Sports Club, Florida Range under the rules established by Fort Springs Gun Club, Art Studio under the rules established by Fort Florida Art Club, nature trails, and the airfield. So there are a few facilities that are member-only facilities explicitly listed, where to me there's a blurry line are member guests, and then even that we know that we include a fee for motel guests to give them a payment to go to the pool. So I think without making clarity or going to the rules when we have people coming in, it's supposed to be a members only facility, and so that there are ways around it. There can be special events, etc. But as a regular occurrence, it's supposed to be members only, as I read it. So that's the beginning of the conversation. I want people to chime in.
My opinion is that we really need to push people to buy RNs if they want to come and use our facilities on a regular basis. That's why we have them. That's why we've always had them. Do we want nickel and dime people to come in for $3? Or we want someone that pays $50 a month consistently year? Some people have had memberships in Brackerville for 20, 30, 40 years. They've been paying on those FRNs. Those are the kind of loyal customers I would like to keep and maintain in here. But if we devalue those by just charging single entry passes to just about anyone, then that kind of devalues the whole idea of a FRN, which has been severely declining over the years to we're going to get to the point where there's 10 of them. I mean, how many do we have now? 100?
101. No, we have 101. 101.
101 FRNs? Okay.
So there is other language in director responsibility for growing FRMs. It's considered one of our duties. And the thing is that and that FRM isn't per person, it's per household, I believe. So if you've got a family with kids and you pay $50 a month for them to have unlimited access, it's a good deal. But I agree, it's more revenue. The pool is not one of our big money makers. but it should make as much as it possibly can. And so, I, again, being relatively naive and new to this, I think pushing FRMs for access is a better policy and it's totally compliant with our rules and regs as to, just single access.
And it really seems to me that the only person that would really get value out of an FRM is someone that resides in Kinney County at large. If you live in San Antonio, you're gonna make it worth $50 a month. How many times are you gonna come over here? It won't be worth it.
I'm assuming that means anybody that stays at the RV park and the motel will not be able to utilize the pool.
Well, this is where it needs more clear definition because technically renters wouldn't have access because they're not members. The question of whether a membership owned property extending access to an Airbnb guest or renter is acceptable, and that's not entirely clear. That's what I'm saying. There needs to be an amendment for clarity on the language because it could be argued that renters aren't members and Airbnbers aren't members. And Airbnbers aren't paying the fort to stay here, motel guests are, and there's that fee built into it. So there could be an argument made that you stay at the motel, you get access, but you stayed at Airbnb, you don't.
Right. I mean, I know Jason has argued that point with his renters, because he pays the membership on all of them.
Unlike a lot of
Right.
members.
No, I'm
don't
not
pay
saying,
their
no,
membership.
I'm
So we
just
can
saying
get into
that
that
as
as
an
another
example.
topic,
Yeah.
delinquents.
But
What?
I think if we're going to do that, we do need to do some amendment. Because when we have out of towners come, when that pool is full, they're coming only to stay at the hotel, to go there. So they're spending money at the motel and they're
The
going to the pool.
motel should
Well,
clear
let me
it.
finish. Because it's important, because those people maybe eventually would buy an FRM because they're coming down here. We totally close it out. I think we might be losing maybe future memberships. And of course, we're still working on the seasonal one, which will be more money, obviously, than the full year. But that might be also something that we're able to sell and maybe get more memberships that way too. I do believe we need to do some amendment for the RV park and motel. For people coming down and be able to see it. And I don't know how everybody in the audience feels. Oh, here's
Well,
Mr. Six Foot in
I
there.
will agree with that because that's what got me hooked on Fort Clark Springs was because I stayed in the RV park. And my doctor actually happens to have a condo here also. And so that's one of the reasons I would stay here because I couldn't swim at Days Inn because I did not want to absorb chlorine in my body. But I could swim here. That's why I brought my RV here the next time I came. So it was worth the expense to me to bring my RV and stay here for 3 weeks. And I did it because I could swim. So, and now I'm an owner. So you see the added benefit. We're actually bringing people in. And here's another thought, creatively thinking. You could add a benefit, the swim token or whatever you offer to people. If they look at a 30-minute presentation about, buying a membership. So they stay at the hotel and you say, well, if you'll send a 30-minute, membership pitch, basically, if you can survive that, you're gonna get free swim bands for all 10 people and you've crowded into 2 hotel rooms. That's a good idea.
I'm very hesitant to try to, here's the problem that if the pool was full all the time, like when I was a kid, my parents had an FRM. And if the pool was full year round, and everything was quote unquote like it used to be, then an FRM is pretty palatable to anybody in Brackenville. It's palatable to anybody within a reasonable driving distance here. But I fail to see, you couldn't sell me an FRM to that pool because it could be dry in 2 weeks from now. But yet I'm locked in on this deal that now I have to go and I have to cancel it, or there's some whatever. There's some administrative burden of having to sign up and then cancel. And I just don't think you're going to get many people that'll bite for that. And I think secondly, growing up here, that, uh, this community has suffered because of this drought. And I think that while we do have water, I think it's very important to allow people to come in here, pay to come in here and swim at the swim park, because that's what communities do. And if the idea, we just had a budget proposed last week, a couple weeks ago, last week, that was $266,000 in deficit. But we want to push people out. We want to say, well, you can't come in here unless you have an FRM membership. I fail to see how that's a good investment in this community. And I fail to see how the people who go to school in Bragville, Texas, let's just say that one of those individuals grows up to be a state representative, but he didn't have access to the pool because his parents didn't have money to pay for it FRM. And so when he gets to be that state representative, he looks at the fort as a place that he doesn't have fond memories, or he doesn't like it, or she doesn't like it, or whatever the case may be. And they're in a position where they could do some really good things for this community, but they don't, because we shut them out of the swimming pool. And I know everybody wants to keep this place private, and I understand that, but this isn't 1980 anymore. We're running a $266,000 deficit. We need about $10 million to bring this place back to where it used to be, and that's just not going to fall out of the air. We have to invest in our community. We have to take the chance that the people who come in here, like this gentleman right here, that the people who come in here will want to stay here and have fond memories of this place, that it make them invest in this place. We don't know how that's going to pay out. We don't know if that'll pay out next year or whether that'll take 20 years to pay out. We don't know. But what I do know is that we are aggressive towards the people who come in here in shutting our doors, that we are doing, in my opinion, the services to do. And I don't think that that's a good idea, because I didn't live on the fort growing up. My parents had an FRM, and now I own a bunch of properties here. I serve on the board here. My wife does a lot of work here and volunteering here, all because of those fond memories that we had growing up here. And it's just not the same business model that it used to be 30 years ago, 20 years ago. And we have to figure out how to navigate what would be the new business model today. And so while we are bending policy here, or even breaking it, the policy that us three here, passed last year, or maybe a year and a half ago, whenever it was, it also violated those rules. Renters have access to the pool when technically a membership's not transferable. So I would argue that the policy being amended, the policy being put in place by a majority vote of the board, would actually amend the rules and regulations right then and there. So they've already been amended. And that's a whole nother argument. I'm not really saying that holds all the water in the world, but the point is that I do not believe, if this place wants to be a private, which it does say a private recreational facility, if we want to be that, your dues need to go up $100 a month. And if you don't want your dues to go up $100 a month, then we better start investing in people, because people are the only thing that's going to save this place. People and money. That's my opinion.
I don't think we're gonna get saved by a few passes, a few months a year that we charge for. I mean,
Okay.
it's not gonna be much.
Very simple. Every motel you stay out that has a pool, or an RV park that has a pool, you get swim privileges. Period. It's included with your rental for those facilities. So it's ridiculous not to automatically assume that we're going to allow our guests in the motel to use the pool. Because then you're defying all logic. We've thought about the renter thing for years. It's very easy. The rules and regs are easy to change. And I kind of agree with John. You agree as a majority as a board to make these changes, fine. Then you go back and change the rules, and that's your new decision. It's not that difficult to do. You post the new rules. It's less controversial than messing with the declaration or the bylaws. But I agree with John. We need to bring people in. The private doesn't work anymore. We need to bring the money in. And not only that, it's just good community service. we're friends of the community. We're offering this to bring it in the community. And Kinney County has very little to offer its residents. It's a small community. And so I think it behooves us as part of that community to make the fort as welcoming as possible.
So after Labor Day, when we technically don't have anyone at the pool, are people gonna be able to pull up to the gate and say, I wanna go to the pool? Or we're gonna close the gate to where you have to have a member call you in to get in, like has always been the policy. I mean, I didn't move here to have a public place. I don't pay dues in a private place to have a public space. I mean, I just didn't, that was not in the contract, the rules that I've been presented. And, I just don't think that's the way we should go.
You know, in regards to the monies that we're facing right now with the deficit, uh, I always want to do right by the members. My concern is staff, specifically Shar. We should be monitoring the rules, being as, I guess at this point, being flexible, a little flexible, because the problem is the issue of enforcement, the level of enforcement. How many people we're going to have to hire to enforce it? What are going to be the consequences? Who's going to do the follow through on the enforcement? I mean, right now we're kind of struggling with some of these issues on other matters. So, but you know, let's talk about it, and maybe we can make some adjustments, and hopefully it could be reasonable.
Can I make two more?
Yeah.
One second, Travis. I want to make two more points. Travis knows this all well. He said we've received about $110,000. Linda, you helped with that too. I think maybe appreciate it. I'm sure you will help with this, but we've received about $110,000 in like last 6 years for money to go to rehabbing the boat. Okay. One of those grants is a $50,000 T-Mobile grant that Mr. Hugh and Annabelle worked on very hard, and Chris Hale. And that grant is a community grant. That money would have never come through these gates had that been proposed as a private HOA. It would have never, T-Mobile would have never spent that money. Second of all, is that there's a lot of, we're just one side of the road. The other side of the road is Brackettville, Texas. If we shut the pool down, just want you to think through this. If we shut the pool down, what makes a Brackettville resident vote for a conservative groundwater district member that is pro-spring? What makes them vote for that? You don't even let them in the pool. So I fail to see how it's a good investment, but I would, we don't have anything in concrete. We just need to talk about it and figure out something that's reasonable. But I think these are really important things that people have to think about, because it's really easy to just say, it's our pool, it's private, get out. But the repercussions of that could be more than we've ever imagined. So.
So specifically on the grant, and I'd have to go back and read the detail, but the grant basis was not that you had open access. It's
Right.
that you had community events there. And I don't think anyone is saying that we shouldn't, put events together where we have a seniors day, we have, graduation available for those things, like specific events where it's open. It doesn't have to be 24-hour or even 365 access. So just, we'd have to go back and look. But I understand the sentiment, and I understand where you're going with it. We do need to make it available at certain points. We want to have a Labor Day party or a back to school party or summer's opening party or all those things. We can plan those things. Mr. Guzman, you touched on a point about the cost and all of that. And, thank y'all again for working through the assistant treasurer piece. I'd be happy to work with Shar to elevate this conversation by getting y'all those numbers so that what's the income, what's the expense, what are we really paying to administer any sort of program? Because it doesn't matter what program you come up with, there is enforcement cost. So starting with those numbers, I think would add to this conversation. And I think that you can't really have the conversation without having those numbers. So I'm not putting this on Charlena's plate because she's got plenty on it already. I will get her the information out of there, and we'll and then you have that.
Thank you.
Yes, I also agree that we should have open events in there, like 4 o'clock days, not all the time, 365, but that's things we could promote with our marketing department. They could have a certain message. Why are we having this event? Save the Springs weekend. Come on, everybody, enjoy it for the weekend. I'm not opposed to that. I mean, even semi-frequent, type of pool parties that we could have in there. But
Grandparents, but all right.
So, all right, so kind of in summary here, our language needs to be amended. I think none of us are about shutting everyone out just indefinitely. And I think, well, we can have events all summer if we wanted, when it's,
Yeah.
we can have plenty of events to me that then actually promote the pool for, uh, for outsiders, et cetera. And maybe we address language to renters, RVers, et cetera. I just think, yeah, and maybe we have voted for things that do that, but we need to update our documents, I would say, at the minimum. And we'll get some numbers and like get a better evaluation. So in that regard, I would motion now to table this to discuss further.
Well, we don't have it in front of us anyway. I mean,
No.
Right. So,
Part of old business next month?
sure.
I'd like to just make one comment on the pool of the spring. The board did approve and sign a petition to send to GMA 7 to redo our mag that they have. They have it on our mag that with information that we had in Kinney County, 77,000 acre feet of water, which we don't have. And it was not correct information. And I did go to the meeting. This might be helpful to know because we're talking about the pool. I went to the meeting, GMA 7 meeting, and they talked about our petition and with Texas Water Board, we can look forward that they're going to be looking into that and redoing our mag. And that will help tremendously because what happens when a water purveyor sees that you have 77,000 acres of water, they're going to start coming in here wanting to buy land and thinking they can get the water, and there's no water there. So I'm hoping that when they redo the mag, and then they're going to work with the groundwater district here to redo our DFC. Right now, the DFC is based on spring flow, and when they don't have spring flow, then we don't do our DFC. So we are working on that. The board is involved, and we're getting ready to trying to put together another petition to follow up with that and follow up with. They did give me a reply of what their plans were, and I have some questions that I'll be following up with them on. But since we're talking about spring and pool, I thought maybe I would like to know that.
great. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Ms. Sharon.
I motion to table this.
A second.
I'll take.
Item tables.
Right.
Okay. Table?
You call.
Okay. Vote to table, motion to table has been called. We're gonna vote on table and design for future meetings. All in favor? Bill, the OHO update.
Okay, so we have been continually getting more balances in there. This has been working very diligently. I personally got sidetracked the last week or two by helping Travis reconcile the bank accounts and get data. We've been working on getting data out of Buildium, but we did not make effort to get data back into QuickBooks out of Buildium. So I kind of took a sidetrack on that. But we were making progress on both fronts. As far as Ojo goes, Ojo started to try to learn our processes, and they were to charge. We would meet with them about once a week, and then they would spend an hour or so looking to our stuff. It wasn't progressing as fast as we wanted. And so I put a pause on them, and then they were, wrapping up a few hours here and there. It wasn't going anywhere. It wasn't much money. Like paused them, and that caused their supervisor to call and how do we fix this? Like many of our other contractors, you pause them and they, whoa, what can we do? And so they offered to come back and learn and make a plan and give us a solid quote and not charge us anything for trying to learn our processes at that point. So I believe I'm gonna will spend my personal time to go circle back and work with them and see if they really can help us provide a faster solution than what we're doing now. But they will not be charging for that at all. So that is my update on the rest of my questions.
Ojos abstention.
Yes, the last time I spoke with them, they promised to give me a new auditor, to not the same lady that we had been using. And they promised to give a new one and not hourly bill until we agreed to something or not with them.
So just real quick question. The $600 that we spent then, and did they give us a breakdown of what they completed for that? For you?
Yeah, they gave it to you. It was like every 15 minutes, nickel and yes, they did. They gave it to all of you. I don't know who all got it. I got it. You got it. Yeah, it was like every 15 minutes of every. It was actually too detailed, honestly. For the so they did detail scenarios, and I didn't feel that it was super productive. So that's why I put the brakes on them, and then they came back and offered to try to learn everything and make a because they gave us a quote. It was like 50 hours to get all the data out of here, and I did not feel that was realistic. Based on the amount of effort it has been taking us, I did not think that they would go, and if we would have said, yes, let's go 50 hours, and they charged 45 an hour, so it's like $2,500. And then my prediction was at the end of that, they'd been like, whoa, it's gonna be like more unless we find a plan to escalate it. They seemed, I met with her and she's like, well, I'm gonna manually click on this. And I said, no, we have thousands of units. We cannot pay you to do one at a time. We have to find a way to get them all in quick and then double check them after that. So that's what I'm gonna circle back with them and see if they can go buy something better.
Jason, just for our clarification, I know you and I have talked about it a little bit, but for also the members to understand. If building was a plane, and we're running on two engines right now, it's in the air, it's operating, we're running on two engines. Will it, how long, what is it gonna take to run on four engines to make it around the world?
So if it's a plane and we're an airport company,
Yeah.
we are still selling tickets and transporting people. But if they owed money from before, we don't necessarily have every count of money they owed before. But if you come in and give a check, it's paid to your account and it's shown in there. And if you're up to date, then your account is already balanced because you don't know anything. And it's easy. But the previous ones, we're getting those migrated in.
So it is up and running, but it's teetering.
Yes, because basically we went live at a certain point and not everything was in there.
Yeah.
Now that did get us moving. That got the ball rolling. That's what occurred, but we're still cleaning up the back end of that.
Ms. Race, I know, by the way, I appreciate the email you sent us, and I know that it's in the progress.
We are.
Yeah, that we have two engines in the air, yes.
We are currently at 52 point something percent completed. Currently, I am the only one double checking the reconciliations and completing the tasks. So there you have it. Yesterday, I worked 8 hours. I checked this morning when I got my report and it showed that I completed 16. Now I deferred a few and I put some in process because they were questions that Jason had to answer. We need more help. Ojo could do that.
if they were told only that. They could do what I'm doing. Just get in there and just do one at a time and just do it. If Jason can get some more of them automated, then when they get in there to do it manually, they can look at, oh, this is already in there, everything's correct, the balances are correct, the accounts are all, the GL codes are correct, they're zeroed out, everything's good, then we've got more progress. I'm going on vacation in about 30 days. I'm not taking this with me like I did last time.
Gotcha. And I appreciate your volunteer efforts.
That's
But
fine.
can you clarify just something for me? Because it's my understanding that Ms. Campbell may be able to add or subtract. Staff has put in a lot of information into.
I will not trash any of the staff. I will speak about that.
I'm not.
No, I will speak about that privately. They have not done what they need to do. Period. But let's just leave that alone.
Well, I mean, I don't even think it reached the level of trashing. I'm just asking you. It's my understanding.
Okay, there are several issues here.
Hold on, I haven't even asked the question yet.
Go ahead.
It's my understanding a lot of information that staff has put in has not been, and I'm not sure it was your thing or Jason's thing. And I thought, you said only you're working on it. My understanding, Travis, you're gonna work on it.
Hold on, wait a second. Like, if we're gonna get into staff, and anyone has anything to say about the staff, then we need to ask Chris to come into executive session and discuss what people's opinions are. There's no point in bringing this personnel in this meeting right now. So,
I was just trying to get clarification on it.
well, people may say things that people don't like,
Okay.
and we may hear.
That's fine.
about it later.
That's it's just honestly.
I just thought that was extra help. That's what I thought, but it's obviously it's
No,
not, it's
it's
something
not.
else.
It is not. They need more training.
I got you.
Desire to do
So
it.
I'm just gonna ask one question. We have your husband that's in
Mike.
William.
Mike,
We have your husband that's in William and the taxes in William. And you're the only one that's doing any of the tasks.
I am doing the reconciliations. Jim is not doing the reconciliations. He was in there to look at how William works with QuickBooks. Because he did the previous QuickBooks reconciliation back in 23. That's,
And that what, well,
That's
I
where we
just
are
want to
right now.
understand. Okay, so he was doing that to reconcile with
to just see what, how it was working and see what I was going through, the reconciliation, see what Jason's going through to get a clear understanding of it. Because he has done the work in 2023. So he wanted to see, okay, where are we now? What are we doing? And we understand right now.
And how was that able to help? I mean, I'm just asking because I'm not sure.
It's another second set of eyes.
Okay.
Another set of eyes. All
We're
right.
looking for ways, we're looking
Come
for
on up.
ways to,
no, no.
we're looking for ways and patterns and ways to identify data. And so the more people you have looking at it, and quite frankly, Chris is the only one doing it because I've been spending my time on the budget, on the reconciliation of the bank accounts, on classifying transactions, on figuring out why we have, non-cash items in a cash P&L. I mean, there's a lot of work being done here. So to say that there are all these resources on it and say, this person has access, this person has access, where is the help coming from or how? I mean, this is not simple, and this is not something. And like you think, okay, so I'm sure many of you are wondering, like, wait a second, how can this not work? Because how many people prepay?
Do you know what, how
Shocking.
detailed that is when you have to
Shockingly,
reconcile it?
People don't come in and pay on the most part. People do not come in and pay a year in advance. What they do though is they'll pay $125 instead of the
Or
$105
$100
or $100.
or 50 and then 50.
And so they have these tiny little nits and gnats that are sitting there that have to be accounted for. Now, we're on cash accounting. Okay, that's how we report. Buildium puts the prepaid amount into a liability account. We don't have a liability account because we're using cash accounting. So any cash that comes in, if I come in and pay for the next decade, all that money goes to the bottom line today, right now. So when it comes to producing a cash P&L, when you have an accrual system which is required by the state and our books must be audited.
Time out.
That's not accurate. It's not required by the state. It is recommended that in an audit, that an accrual is used.
I
It's
did
not
not-
required by the state.
It is required in your audit. Your
In
audit must
your
be.
audit.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Excuse me. I did not finish my sentence or the thought, but yes, your audit must be done. And if you run on a cash basis and you hold an audit basis, you are asking for a nightmare. You have it right now. You have $213,000 being applied in expenses from an accrual basis on a cash report. And
The
these are the things.
accrual has always been able to switch. John Beer had,
They're wrong. They were wrong, John. They were wrong. If you want to pull it up here right now, and yes, I'm getting fired up about this because people keep telling me this, your P&L is off by $213,000.
that's the first time I've heard of it.
There are emails in her inbox and in the treasurer's inbox that have been talking about this for over a year.
Over a year. So then where's it at?
It's an accrual basis. You are double charging yourself for insurance expense. You paid for your insurance in September of 2024. So you paid one bill of $81,000 in September. You paid one bill in October. They were both due in September. When you presented those bills to your auditor on an accrual basis, which is how they run their books, they put that into a bank or into a balance sheet item that then distributes that over each month. Okay. So every month you have $17,000, which 2 meetings ago I asked about why I wasn't there. That was before I could see both sides of it. So in October, you took $121,000 to the bottom up to your net income because you had cash come out because you're on cash accounting. Remember? Because you had a big deficit in October. Then you took money from the balance sheet and you expensed it to that month to the tune of $17,000. And you've done that every month until May. So your P&L is off by that amount. You're overcharging your expense line item.
I still don't follow you. I'd have to see it, I guess, on paper to understand it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've whiteboarded it out for
We met with
Charlena
Bricks on, it was Thursday.
yesterday.
Yesterday, Charlena and Travis and I met with Bricks to clarify, and he's like, give me backlog into QuickBooks, because he had been put back in to answer our audit questions. So we got him on the conference call for her office, and he's going to verify this.
She made a mistake or what?
No, it's not a mistake. What they need to do is clarify, they're gonna clarify what they talked about. She couldn't clarify it at the time yesterday until we gave access to QuickBooks for them to look at the $17,000 that you had brought up to them.
Mr. Guzman is asking if it's an error. It 100% is an error.
Travis said, yeah, you're saying it's an error. We just called Rick's to clarify that.
That's correct.
Yes. To get clarification on it. We don't have that yet.
But it sounds like if you gotta call Briggs to get clarification and he doesn't know right off the top of his head, then.
No. He didn't say he didn't know. He didn't have access to see what we were seeing, which I
You
could.
just got done with an audit.
He doesn't have access. This is
I'm just
what-
not following. I don't
Okay,
understand.
Okay, so when you get to the end of a fiscal year, you set your books up based on money that you paid in that year that is applied to the next year. So you stop in that point in time. You take all of that to the balance sheet. Okay, so your balance sheet then expenses that back to your P&L every month to match the expense with the period. So like when you pay for your insurance in October, that insurance is not for October. It's for 1/12. Whatever you just paid is for 1/12. Okay. So you took all of it to the net income line, and then you took that balance to the balance sheet. And every month you're expensing 1/12 of that back to each month. Through May is what has been done. So you charge yourself for it when the cash moves, because we're on a cash basis. And you're using an accrual method because the journal entries were made at the end of the audit to set up for the next year. So when you do that, you have to then go remove those to report on a cash basis.
Yeah, so it sounds like, so am I hearing this correctly, that it's almost like we were running, like a hybrid, we're stuck between accrual and cash.
Yes, we are running, that is the perfect example. And we can't figure out if we're using electricity or we're using oil. Like, we can't figure it out. And the car is like sputtering like this.
Okay.
So if I were to do it in my layman's term, this is my understanding of how he explained it. We already paid for it.
Yeah.
But based on the auditors, we have to accrue it. Because that's how they audit it. So even though we paid for it, we were still charging ourselves every month, even though we paid for it, right? And
So let me just
The
clarify,
thing is, we
maybe
should
Travis
not
and
be
Chris
doing
understands
that.
this. So in my mind, I see this as pretty simple. If we, in theory, if we want to run a cash accounting system, we turn all that evidence, all that documentation over to the auditor at the end of the year and say, run your audit. He's the one that can go in and figure out how to do the accrual and how all that stuff applies. Or does that all have to be set up for the auditor prior to being transferred over to him?
Okay, so you're giving him all the documentation, and this one is really, there's an easier fix than trying to explain this, every year going forward. We need to pay for 1 month of insurance, and then we need to get our cycle on the fiscal year. So that when we pay for it in October, we have the opportunity the problem you have is your crossing periods. The bill was received and therefore due by the association, a liability owed by the association. So the audit has to show that. It's not anything normal, it's part of our operating expense. Well, then we didn't pay one of those bills, and I'm sure we paid it on the 30th of September because the other one went through, but it didn't hit the bank until the 1st. So when it hit the bank on the 1st, that is not only a new month, but a new fiscal year.
Right.
And that's what threw everything. Had we just done one or the other, we'd be okay. It looks silly, right? And we'd have to talk about it every time. We'd have to say, in October, we spent a bunch of money that was for the full year.
Well, it's like trying to reconcile on the 1st. You can't reconcile on the 1st. You have to reconcile on like the 7th or 8th because you have to make sure all the bills come in or else you misapply all of that to the next year.
Right. And saying like in July, like we, for whatever reason, we paid a bunch of bills from the 26th through, it was because of July 4th. And like everything from the 28th, 29th, 30th never hit the bank until the 3rd of July.
Right.
It was just, a big nightmare. But, and that's why cash is so hard to do. But I also understand the difficulties with accrual. And I don't think that accrual has been explained properly and shown like this is where you see everything. I'd rather take that task on than take on what we're doing here. Because the CPA, he could see on the screen. I was driving on our screen. He did not have it. And so we're like literally clicking through. You saw this, the journal entries, chart of accounts. John, it took me 10 minutes to find the error. It took me 3 hours to go through and document like where the chain is. Like how did it get chained out to here, then back here, and then okay, wait, this was due here, it was paid, that was taken to last year. So he can't and CPAs and audit firms, they're like attorneys. If you give them the opportunity to give you just like kind of the middle of the road answer, that's what you're gonna get.
Well, I'll educate myself on some of it. I fail to understand why it's so complicated. I just don't understand how.
I've whiteboarded it for Charlene and Jason. I'm happy to do the same for you. It actually is not that hard if I'm not using my hands to try, because I can see all of this. I can see the T accounts. When I do this, I can actually see it, but you can't, right? Like, I've drawn it, so we can do that. But that what I'm pointing out is that there are so many things being done by volunteers to fix this stuff right now. And Charlene's got, I think, in the next 2 agenda items down, she has an update for you. I think we have a solution, but these tasks are not just like, well, we can just do this. There's so many things that have to be unwound. And, like last month when you're asking for a P&L, yes, totally agree. You need that to make the decision. The P&L that you've received from October till May has been leading you in the wrong direction. It really has. And I can say that's, right here, and I can defend that if you have the documents in front of you.
Well, I'd like you to, because I need to understand.
Yeah.
I want to understand it. So, yeah.
Absolutely. I'm here.
Hopefully after we sent, they have access to the QuickBooks, they'll be able to go in there and look at it, because she said she actually needed to see it. He pointed it all out to her to see why that $17,000 is being
So
every
am I
month
clear
that we
that
already paid.
we have the auditor now, Mr. Briggs, is going to actually verify what you were saying, Travis. So we
Yes.
will get a report back on that.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
unwinding it, so he has to start back at the journal entries that were made, and he's gonna build it forward, which is the right way to do it. I mean, if I were in his professional position, I would not take, someone just looking at it and say, look at all these, I'd say, no, I'm gonna unwind this whole thing, and we're gonna put it back together, and if what you're saying is correct, then it'll come out that way, which it will.
So that,
Look forward to it.
so they're gonna correct, so we've already had the audit. We had a workshop on the audit. They reported a lot of information to us, the team. They reported a lot of information. So now there's a possible error that they're going to.
No,
This
no, the error, okay, so think about this line in the ring here. This is 2024, okay? When you get to the end of 2024 and you're getting ready to go into the next year, you get your outfit out, you plan your breakfast in the morning, you decide what you're gonna have for lunch, and you get all that together and you go to bed. In the morning, you wake up and you're in 2025. You take all that stuff up and now you're ready to start the year. When you end the year, they prepare you to start the next year. Unfortunately, you had a bill that was over here that because of the holiday, or excuse me, because it was not paid, it was paid at the end of the month on a Friday, it didn't clear the bank until 2025. So it cleared the bank in 2025. So everything that you set up, they thought you paid for it in 2024. So when they thought you paid for it, they said, put it over here on the shelf because you've already paid for it. This is your balance sheet. And so each month they take a little bit out of that and they put it in the first month of the year, second, so on, right? But unfortunately, that cash didn't move even though it was stipulated that it moved. So it's here now. And so you're double counting it. You got your jar up here that you've already paid for with your receipts, and you have your bank expense that came through on the first day of the 25th, the fiscal year 25-26.
Is that the way you understand, Sharon?
And they're going to
Thanks, Jeff.
verify that.
Yeah, I just look forward to the report so we can all learn about it.
Are we gonna continue with the cash basis?
That's a much, much larger discussion that I think everyone needs documentation on to read before we even start having that conversation. There needs to be a clear outline of pros, cons, time to read about it, time to think about it. That's not a conversation I would want to throw a board into on the fly. And it's irresponsible. There's too many things to talk about. Any more accounting questions?
No, my
This
brain.
was a building update. So I guess in a nutshell, we're flying, we're in the air, and we're running on 2 engines, and hopefully we'll have 4 engines going soon enough. And again, Ms. Rice, I appreciate. I know what you're doing because we got the email.
Okay, I have one other thing. You say we're running on 2 engines. Yeah, we've got 52.9% done, whatever it is. The rest of it isn't done yet. That means we don't have all the payments in Buildium. On August 5th, Charlene, you sent out a notice that you're gonna get $30 late fee. Well, it's not accounted for in QuickBooks, in Buildium yet. March and April aren't all in all of the accounts. There are gonna be a bunch of late accounts. You're gonna hit people with $30 late fee, and there probably really aren't because they already paid in QuickBooks. And you're gonna have a bunch of angry people,
Well, I got a
and
bunch of
then you're
angry
gonna
people
have them
already.
coming at your staff, so.
I already
That's
got
the-
that. I mean, right now, so.
Well, the whole process of getting volunteers to help Jason was to get us this far, and hopefully it will get us to where we need to get to in time. And people who are volunteering, they're volunteering. And Jason's still responsible for them and still responsible for the building project. But we're in a little bit better place today. Thank you. HOA fees, possible increase, decrease. It doesn't go up, doesn't go down, and they'll go in effect if it goes up on October 1st, 2025.
Sandy, are you here to speak about anything with the CPI?
I gave. Yeah. So I don't have to scream. Um, I went ahead and, because I still have all the templates on my computer. So, I made copy, I gave all of this to, Charlena. And, I located the chart for 24 and 25 to show the changes in the CPI from the Labor Department. And I got the current, assessments from Vicky. And then from Gabby, I got the number of members, residentials, FRMs, and charters without deeds. And put all of those figures in there to calculate the amount. And both under the 2.67 increase from the CPI and the 2.5 in declaration, and ran them both. So you have a comparison, including the total amount of increase and what revenue it will bring in for both of those. It's not a lot, 30-some thousand and 29,000, but that always goes to help pay for the increase in insurance or payroll or whatever. So it's not $100,000. We'll never get there because we are severely limited because of our declaration to 2.5% or the CPI. So, inflation is moderate, 2.67 considering the circumstances. I expect next year will be higher with the tariffs. So, anyway, all of that information I gave to Charlene, so she has it. It comes out to under 2.67 CPI. I'm doing this from memory. Comes out to $1.31 for the lots and charters without deeds, and $1.23, I believe so. The other two, and then the $1.20, something like that. Anyway, she's got all that for you, and so you can make a decision. Please check my math. There's a lot of it, and even though I like quadruple checked it, feel free to do so. Any questions?
No, thank you so much for doing it.
Oh, you're welcome.
So the CPI we're gonna base it on is 2.67.
2.67.
Yes.
Yes. It
Sorry,
actually
is that correct?
Yes.
2.677
777.
an item. Yeah. So it's rounded back to two places.
I have the declaration up here. I just want to also remind everyone with the upcoming annual meeting that there is one route to exceed these rules, and it's at a membership vote. So if there's an argument for exceeding these limitations, our one chance a year to use our ballots can be considered if we really think we need to go there. I just want to put that on everyone's radar. That's coming up.
I don't bring that up because it's hard enough to get $1 passed.
Yeah.
Seriously, I've been here 15 years and it's been an argument every single year.
Well, yeah, I just recently saw a list of all the years and all the raises, and there are several years with much more significant raises.
Yes. When I was first appointed to the board, one of the things you do was read everything. And I discovered that the assessments had not been reviewed and recalculated for 8 years. So had to go back and do the calculation for the entire 8 years. That was in 2012 or 13.
Well, the reason I bring this up too, because I don't know what our founding fathers were thinking at the time. However,
Bernie Madoff?
However, the consideration for me is there's a rate of decline in population here. And so at a certain, you have to take that into consideration as well as just what the CPI is. So regardless of the CPI, if we have good numbers in front of us and we're like, look, You know, the CPI says we can do 2.7, but for us to survive and be in the black, we need to be 5%. I don't know, just making up numbers here.
It's,
So
yeah, it's legal to do. It's just something, we've never done it. But certainly we can attempt it.
I'm just putting this on the radar because in light of budget meetings and more budget meetings and more budget meetings, and we're really taking a good look at our numbers. I just want people to understand that it's yes, we have our CPI, but if we find that we cannot fund our basic services at the current level, and if they want to live here and we don't have real conversations about what going bankrupt would actually do to this place. And I don't think people understand the real ramifications of that. And might think it's an easy route to just happen, but they might realize or they might lose self-representation, which is how we currently function, which there are arguments against that. And I will try to stay on topic here, but I just think it's important to talk about that, to consider it as we're doing this budget things and take a real good look at our number. We are taking a real good look in addition to this conversation, because I know we're on board with raising it as much as we can, but with the membership, with the annual meeting coming up the next few months or on the radar, let's say, next few months.
Next March.
Yeah, next March, right. I just end our budget conversation, which will pass, which we will be addressing in September. I just want to put in everyone's mind that we're going to be taking a look at the whole numbers of the year in our budget.
And I personally agree. I think our assessment increases every year since for the 15 years we've been here have not made financial sense. I know a lot of other members feel the same way, that we should not be restricted to that, but getting it through a membership vote, I think we should do it personally. But I think the chances of it passing are slim, because there's still people here that really think that they're paying too much already. And in fact, a past board that no longer with us, where there was an individual on the board that thought we should completely dissolve the association and just let everybody, take care of themselves, which is impossible because you still have water to think about, sewage to think about, roads to think about. So it's, but it's hard. But I agree. I do not think our assessments are in any way, shape, or form adequate. So do you have any other question? I have a couple things I want to discuss, but none of the agenda items sort of fit. So is there any way I could have a members comment section at the end of the agenda?
Was it have to do with monies?
Well, there's a couple things. Well, yes.
Monies, we're talking about monies.
Yeah, okay.
We might consider raising the assessments.
Then fine.
We may not raise the assessment. That's
What
a
is about-
possibility.
One is about building. And one is about, because this hasn't to do with the person, by the way. This has to do with the position of assistant treasurer. I'd like to know how much it cost us to have that approved, make sure that we were following state law. And the other question is, I'd like to know the cost of the use of a 1099 subcontractor at the golf pro shop, and the actual reason for it, rather than hiring a manager for that position. And the other thing, if I may, is a comment on your report and the opinion published, where it says waste, fraud, whatever. And I would like to ask each board member directly whether they feel that there's any waste or fraud or misrepresentation here with our finances. And whether the accusations, usually the accusations are true. I didn't bring my notes, so I'm stumbling around with my brain.
Can we handle them one at a time?
Yes, I was gonna ask one at a time, each one of you.
So start with the
The-
lawyer.
For the assistant treasurer, it was a $300 fee for them to go through, the declaration, I believe in the bylaws, to make sure that the wording obviously can lead to a little bit of interpretation, but we wanted to be factual in it and precise and clear. As for the golf course, the difference between not hiring a manager at this point in time and a consultant is because we don't have a clear. If I were to train somebody, I'm not going to be able to do it. And so, with that said, Travis is helping me look at Golf Pro 365, look at the processes that we're doing right now. And there were some in place, but I have found a lot of we don't have SOPs, we don't have processes, and I don't want to hire somebody anymore without having success for them. And so that's what he's helping us do, is determine this department, because we have 9 departments. And because I wanted to legally make sure that 1099 was correct in an agreement, because you cannot have a 1099 as an employee. I can't tell them how many hours they can work. I can't tell them when they can work. I cannot pay them based on a payroll. A lot of things have changed, and our employment lawyer had told us this, and they're cracking down very hard on that. So with that said, with the agreement we've given her, she reviewed it and made a lot of changes to protect the association.
So you have a
Yes, so it was $1,900.
It's a contract we can use for
Anybody,
any 1099s in the future. So
yes,
we'll have that
yes,
contract template to work with.
yes,
Okay. How much did that cost?
$1,900,
What are we paying the 1099
$2,600 a month.
for? How long of a period?
It was not determined. It is, I'm thinking probably 6 months, could be a little bit longer, could be a little bit less. So it's not specifically stated in there. I believe it's based on until we have it all worked out. And I know that Travis is working with the committees. I believe he went to one of the committee meetings.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, so and he has shown a lot of things to me that I knew was there, but really couldn't address, which has been good. And so we're working diligently to hopefully get that place going.
I can answer the golfers' questions now.
Okay.
Okay, and the other one, the accusation in the public opinion from an individual who will remain unnamed, but we all know who it is. I'd like to start with the president of the board. If there's any fraud or waste or any misrepresentation in the way things are being presented to us.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Could things be a little bit tighter? Yes. I have full faith and trust in what she's doing. And in my observation, it is limited. As of this day, I have absolutely no information to indicate that there's anything awry.
Jason, same question.
It's about the newspaper article.
Yeah,
I've seen receipts and I haven't seen any that weren't reasonable.
so those allegations are untrue.
I would say, yeah.
Okay. John?
I would just say that in the last hiring process, we learned a lot of lessons. And the last biggest lesson was is that character matters more than anything else. That's why we hired Charlene. Not because she's an accounting whiz or anything like that, because she had the best character and the best ability to do this job. And she's proven that day in and day out. And so the answer is absolutely not. She's not infallible. None of us are, but there's no abuse.
Aaron?
I thought we had it printed.
I have the
I got-
newspaper
can you hear
clipping.
me? Yeah, I read it. I just kind of want to look at it real quick so I can.
Right, do you think there's any fraud, misrepresentation, waste, and so forth?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the title. And so some things I wouldn't, I would say some of those words, I might use different words as to not mischaracterize what things are bothersome to me. And some of these things I certainly share with the board, as in like I communicate when I have issues. However, some of those things I cannot openly discuss, as far as it relates to explicit topics. But
I'm just asking for a simple answer.
right, but I'm not going to give you a simple answer.
Oh, okay, no,
So-
I'm sorry.
Well, right. Do I think fraud is specifically going on? No, I don't. I don't think there's any fraud. Waste, I would say we're gonna have to trim a lot with this upcoming budget. And so it could be argued there's plenty of wasteful spending because we're gonna have to find ways to cut things
Okay, well,
and run. So, and there's a number of topics like that. I think as we've set an example today, as of, yes, I am not the only one, look, to be clear, I am not the only board member to have not brought lunch on a regular occurrence. That I was isolated, as being the one,
It's in the paper.
I'm in the paper, what can I say?
guys, when it comes to the lunch issue, I've been on the board 6 years. You are all volunteers. You are not paid in any way, shape, or form. You are mistreated by the membership. People don't understand how difficult this job is. Lunch is a pittance.
Right, but
Seriously, I mean, lunch is a pittance. They should be giving you lunch at every board meeting from anywhere you want to work. So I'm talking in general that we feel that we have the waste I understand, but I'm more concerned about accusations of fraud, theft, misuse.
so, but to me, waste and abuse can go hand in hand and can be unintentional. I also want to add the term there's no such thing as a free lunch becomes very apparent when the minimal, and obscene amount of work is done by the board and lunch is too much to do. Not a problem. I'm not here to eat. I could probably lose some weight anyway. So the waste and the abuse part, to me, can happen in a very unintentional way. So a recurring theme of us ordering, our steak and shrimp dinner that we do here, any privately in executive session. Yeah, and the sushi too, and the lobster that's brought in.
I'd like to know where you're getting at.
It's just a free lunch. It's not a big deal. So in this regard, it's like, to me, waste and abuse can go hand in hand, but they can also be unintentional. You may not thinking when things become commonplace and expected that are maybe extra that you get used to, the expectation of getting those things to me then can fall in line of like an abuse of the system, whereas we are specifically told in our governing documents what the money has to be spent on. And again, it may be unintentional and it may be in well intentioned even. It may be, but as we have to like really buckle down on the budget this year, to me, that's where it's like I can't explicitly say no. I mean, again, not necessarily fraud. To me, fraud is a criminal intent to take away. No, I don't think we have any actors here that I'm aware of doing that. But waste and abuse described as you get accustomed to something that maybe you don't need, but it's nice to have, but we don't have the kind of money to do that. then sure.
Sure.
I'm gonna give you a long one.
I
Because I can't,
I didn't
my
intend
my
to.
voice is going, but I agree with what Aaron said. There are some things that we need to address and, we do have a budget and I feel like we're gonna look at that budget and if, we're gonna have to cut, so people are gonna, it's gonna not be nice, but, if we don't, we're gonna be in big trouble. And I'd just like to say one thing about if you owned a condo when the master's condo's here, you'd be paying $200 a month for your assessment, plus 102 to the board. So, it's not reasonable to really think we can do it on $102 a month and 50 cents a month. So yeah, there's gonna have to be some serious discussions and some people are not gonna be happy, but I don't think, as he said, I don't think things are intentional. Maybe we could document things a little bit better so that people are looking at this, they would not have to ask these questions, they would see the documentation of what it was for and who did it. And like she said, if she's in San Angelo or wherever she is and there's a Sam's and it's cheaper to go by there and pick up what she needs, it might have a different deal, but maybe we need to do better documentation, maybe not, but I think everybody here is working as hard as they can, volunteering as many hours as they can to get things straightened out. And I don't think anything is intentional.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to extend the meeting. I thought to ask a simple question here, because as a member sitting back there, I would recommend that. For one thing, I think that the board and the general manager are being harassed by a member about day-to-day operations of the association. But I would also recommend that if it takes every board meeting to respond to this type of thing about where funds are going, then I think we need to just let it out there. You know, maybe they'll stop. Because I went through the same thing with the same member about repeatedly requesting information and everybody survey. But I was hoping to get a simple answer from everybody. Thank you for that. But I understand there's waste in everything. But the accusations or the allegations in that were more for criminal intent than they were for just budgeting. So, thank you for coming to bring this up.
And I do wanna just add to that. Everything that we, as receipts and spending is documented. The thing is you can't see that on a bank statement. It just gives you, this is what was spent. Everything that we have is in QuickBooks, all of the receipts. So we also have a form that my staff fills out that says what it's for, when it was done, and why. So that can be asked anytime, but I don't know how to give that because we can't give people access to QuickBooks to look that up or, the bank statements. So I kind of wanted to put it out there. They get the amounts, they can't see the details because it's in our platform that we use. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, when we covered the budget last week, the budget did not even consider a penny raise, 1 penny, not 1 penny raise to any employee of the board. So that's not even part of the budget, number one. Number two, how we're gonna figure it out, what we're gonna cut. And I've been here 20 years, I know for far. If we make cuts, it's gonna affect membership. So I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't think the trash is gonna stop. Feel confident that's not gonna stop. But there may be other issues. There's something to think about as we're going through the discussion. And question for you for further clarification regarding what Ms. Sandy's talking about. When a person sends you a letter requesting information, have you been compliant?
yes,
Okay. On time?
yes,
Okay. And they've gotten, and all the information that comes out publicly in the newspaper is because you give them the information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So one member, sometimes two members, get all this information, which stops her from doing, and it's her job, yes, but stops her from doing, taking Linda's call, sitting with Francis, sitting with Sandy talking about the golf course, because she has to get all this information and prepare for this one person consistently. It's not happening. It's not happening every 6 months. It's consistent. So our general manager is earning her pay. Absolutely, no doubt about it.
I don't get paid enough for this.
Okay, right.
I'm
Well,
just gonna put it out there.
Timing was perfect.
So here we go. Just I wanted to be I wanted to be clear about that. I wanted to bring that to you all. Okay. CPI.
One thing that Jason has been talking to me about, we've been talking about it because I was on the school board in Sanderson, and we can, like all these bank accounts, it is public information for whoever wants to look at it. And we've been talking about, and Jason can explain it better because I'm not a tech person, that we can put a Google Doc up that's gonna be accessible, and instead of having to call her and ask her for a bank statement or anything that's public knowledge, we can have it up on our website in a Google Doc, and they could access it anytime they wanted, and they wouldn't have to call. And that would solve that problem. And I know Jason's mentioned it, and we probably can work in that direction to get it set up.
Yeah, or probably Building's a better place for that, because you have to.
When it's
give
up.
Your email, I mean, it's up, or if the plane's flying, right, it's not just in the bottom of the ocean or something, so it's going.
Not a Bailey Earhart's airplane.
No, but yeah, so something like that, I think the idea is to come up with a common set of things that people will likely request, and then just go, here you go, here's the stuff for you. Now, if you want receipts, that's above and beyond the basic thing that we're gonna just let people get access to. So. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Guzman, you're insinuating that these requests are taking up a lot of time, and I understand that
I'm not insinuating.
they are.
It's a fact.
It's okay. Okay. They're taking up time. How many corrections, advancements have been made based on those documents being presented to membership or additional eyes? Has there ever been something positive come out of releasing those
Oh
documents?
boy, I want to answer this one real bad. Kicking an answer, that's Travis.
No?
Killer bees,
Well,
piss them off.
I guess the positive, if you're asking me specifically, is the positive is that Ms. Cameron's a little more antsier, and she's having to dig all the stuff up, and she's gotten really good at it. Yeah, there's been some positive.
I feel like you're shying away from things that have happened because things have been brought to the attention of the membership and or the board that have come out of these documents. That being said, I would encourage you to do what you have just talked about and make those available within Buildium so that there doesn't have to be a request. Because there have been things that have been corrected and that have been giving you better information based on questions that have been pulled from those documents. And so you're only presenting one side of this, is that it's a burden and that it's unreasonable, and that's just not the case. There are things that have come to light because other people are looking at it, and I don't think anyone on this board would say that more eyes are not better.
Well, I respect your opinion, Travis, and we'll just leave it at that. But if Buildium is up and running, then they should be able to get it from them. But it's not. Without having to take
We're
our time.
flying. We're flying.
Yeah, well, you just
I
said
mean,
we might be able to get it up.
It's up and running, all the
Okay, but-
membership
I mean,
information.
you already said it's your analogy. We're
Documents
in the
that they're
air.
added.
Like,
There's no,
with two engines.
there's no bearing, well, the 2 engines are all we need to provide documents of, so that part is done.
I understand that there has been a lot of stress with the documents. There have also been positives. So my only question is, or my only request is that you present it fairly. And don't just say that if you request, because here's what you're saying. when you talk about it like that, you're telling that these people that when they request documents, that they're now a burden.
That's incorrect.
That's how it
Because
sounds.
if a person, any person in this room send in a letter, or a person send in a letter occasionally,
Is once a month
which,
too much?
well, it could be, and then fire off letters all that are very negative and inflammatory that are not fair to her. So, I would never have any member not want to send in a 209 letter, but we need to be reasonable.
I'll answer that.
Hold on.
I just want to say something as a member, because I've read the things in the paper. It is not about that the members don't have access to it, and we all know that, and we try to respect everybody's time. It is that this particular member is incredibly sadistic. He's a sadistic person, and he's really aggressive. That is what people complain about. Yes, that's it.
Yes, you are correct. The other member that has requested documents, they're just documents. They don't ask for, uh, you know, stuff all the way from April of 2024 for every single receipt for every
A
single.
whole year's worth.
That it's just one person that is doing all the harassment. That and I think everybody knows who that is. And it has been relentless. And it's one person. I have no problem giving anything to any of our members. I provide it all the time. I think it's a great idea that we do Building, put all that up there. Because we shouldn't put it on the website, because it should only be for our members only, and that's what Building is for. I'm all about being transparent. Give everybody everything they want. But when somebody is literally a $30.06 receipt that I actually got crap for it, that's crazy. And it's every single receipt, every single one. So with that said, I've been doing my very best, but it's only been one that has been really harassing me. That's it.
All right, Travis, I want to answer something for you because I'm going to answer this as calmly as I can because you and I are supposed to have somewhat of a truce and I want to hold that, okay? But the problem is the way that this is done, okay? There is a process, that you're aware of. And matter of fact, I was actually laughing about this the other day because I believe in the 2.5 years I've been here, Linda is the only person that has ever requested a member concern, which is a legitimate executive session request, where you can come into executive session and speak with the board, and you can say, hey, I found something, and I don't like it, or y'all are all sorry bastards. Whatever you want to do, you can do it in executive session, you can talk to us about it, and we'll figure it out as adults. Not one time has that happened. It has been put in the paper, it's been put in Facebook, and it has been done with the intent of slandering or misguiding people, riling people up, getting people upset, whatever the case may be. That is the purpose of all of it. If the purpose was to, I found something and I want to make it better, then come talk to the board. But that had never happened. Not one time. Not once. It has all been in public. And for what gain? We have a general manager that doesn't know she's about to quit. That's where we're at. She'll tell you all day she's not, but she's close. I've already seen it twice. So we have a board here that's working their butts off, and hell, Jason quit this morning. He showed up, but he quit this morning because he wasn't getting lunch. Like everybody's so sick of it.
I'm hungry.
Everybody's so sick of it. We have always welcomed people coming to us saying there's a problem. But putting it on Facebook, putting it in the paper, it is not a service to anybody. Coming and talking to us as adults in a room, in executive session, which is a legitimate process. I've never not welcomed that from anybody. My adversary, my enemy, somebody I hated. I've never heard one board member say that they wouldn't listen to that complaint. And so I know you and I can probably agree on that, okay? That moving forward, that's a better pathway than putting it in the paper.
John, what we can agree on, well, first, I'm gonna disagree with you about the
Come on
fact
up.
and how it's actually transpired.
Please.
So everyone who's watched these meetings has watched you and I go back and forth about this, and you counted the number of emails that were sent and the number of documents and suggestions that were sent in. So what you're saying is it didn't just jump to the public sphere. There's a long history here.
It's been in Facebook.
No, before that, John. Before that. The 87 questions that you constantly referred to that were presented in 72, however many it was. But those were presented in multiple formats. And so
But you're trying to make the point that 72 questions to the board is reasonable.
In the format that they were presented, you're gonna have to agree to disagree.
Yeah.
Because and that's fine. So,
I think
but
when
the-
stay on
the problem-
HOA fees, HOA, we need to focus, stay on
Sure.
HOA fees.
let's please take this off.
Yeah, we're good. It's just everybody moving forward. We need to just be a little more mature about all this stuff.
I in no way, excuse me, I in no way intended to say that members should not request financial information. It was set up by the state, specific guidelines in how you respond and what members have to do. Specific guidelines to ask the question, certified mail, all this kind of stuff. And we have to follow that to the letter. All I meant to say is there is one individual that is actually the problem. And the problem is an old problem. It goes back to, I've been here 15 years, so it's back 15 years that I know of. And unfortunately, it's reached the point that it's not the information that this person requires. It's the fact that he is just asking it to be asked. And
He's trying to look for fault.
and yes, and it doesn't matter who sits at the board. It doesn't matter who sits in her chair. It has happened to every single board and every single general manager since I've been here, and it's the same person. So yes, members, please, if you have any question about our finance, we will give you the guidelines of what you have to do, and we will answer all those questions and give you the documentation that you. But there's a point where one member is stalling progress. Just this is his personality. This is just him. And I guess you have to take that into consideration, but you've got work to do. And if this person doesn't want to go after you, the general manager, he's likely to pick one of you.
Oh, he does.
I know. I was his target for years.
What was I?
Yes.
You deserve it.
Yes, you did.
Well, I didn't get what I was supposed to get. He told me a bobblehead and I never saw one.
I mean, literally, I had to talk to an attorney in the cease and desist letter. Because he was accusing me in an open board meeting. I'm sure you've seen that. In an open board meeting of fraud, abuse, and actually stealing from the association. So you have to take it. You still have to respond because the law requires you to. But certainly can maybe take steps to curtail it. But no member should ever feel that they cannot request financial information, ever. Thanks.
Thank you, Sandy.
Ms. Charlene, can you tell us, what is gonna, if the fees go up, the HOA fees are gonna go up, what is the amount? Then,
I believe it's going to be about an
I
additional.
need to know exactly, we need to know exactly how much. Not about.
I don't have the exact numbers on my desk. It's about 32,000 something.
Okay,
Oh,
please, can you get, you guys can give us, yeah.
We need to know it's $1, what is it, $1? I thought we had it.
Yeah, it's right here.
It's right here. And
Is that it?
let me get Sandy's breakdown because this was another breakdown that I had.
Is it this one? It doesn't say amounts. Don't have an amount.
Roughly amount, so that's fine.
Different residential.
So you gotta go to the member, goes up 49 to 50, so $1.31. And then you gotta add them.
Where's the $1.31?
Restricted. Member plus law. Let's see, one.
It just has a percentage, it doesn't have.
50/31 minus
So
40.
so it's right here, 49, 28, 20, 56, 31. And this one's gonna go to
It's $1.03. And then the other
55, 81 to 9. Isn't there two of them?
$2.59,
Okay, what did you do?
because you're taking this, you're taking this number and that number. That's a member plus lot, and that's your increase. This is where we're at right now, and this is where we're going, if it's voted on.
That's the total?
Yeah. And I'm sure that Sandy could confirm that. Sandy, can you confirm this?
259?
Sure, I'm sorry, I was.
You see this is what he's talking about, it says 102,
I think you had a part to put these together, so,
right plus one.
no, can you come here
Where's the
and
where's the
confirm it?
49, 28 to 50/31.
So it's $3.02?
I might.
This is where we're at for 24, 25, right?
That's
10509 minus 102.
I don't know where this came from.
Plus one.
I think she's using all your information.
And where's 31 coming from?
Do you have my stuff? The stuff?
That's
It's gonna be $1.
Are you talking about all the indexes and stuff on this
Yeah,
one?
that's,
No, my calculations and stuff.
No, here's
Oh,
yours.
there we go.
She brought this to me yesterday, and unfortunately, I didn't have time to make copies to
And
put
my-
it in your folder.
Because I got $2.59.
She,
But that's just for
here's
the
the
membership.
calculation.
No,
right
that's member plus lot,
And
Go ahead.
member
All
plus lot, right
remember
there.
was not.
Yeah.
But where's the separation?
okay,
The separation is to the left, is your residential and member.
okay, just a second. There we go. All right, this is what we're working with. Okay. This is for June 24 and June 25, and the difference between the two.
Okay.
Which this is wrong, by the way. The difference between the two is the 2.67. So, that's from the labor charge.
Y'all can stretch out, we need just a few minutes.
Good break, yeah, good time for a break. Okay, so.
Call a break then.
This is the new one I gave you.
That's what I have.
324. See, that's the first one I gave you.
Okay.
This goes on together. That's the first one I gave you. You the one I gave you yesterday. That's new. This part's new. Anyway, it comes out to $1.31. Yeah, that's the old stuff.
Okay, well, this was all together. Here, let me go back and look. Okay.
Can we
It was supposed to be 2.6.
It's 2.67. The difference between the two.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
if
what
I
I was
add
gonna
these up
say.
too on this chart,
Now, this
it
is.
comes out to the same.
The old
So
stuff.
that comes out.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that chart.
269.
Let me bring my stuff to me, because that may have been transferred wrong. Whatever that.
I was gonna do some.
And you can look at, click for action, and if there's any, because I don't think you can.
Well, we need to, all I'm interested is, yes.
There's only two months.
We have to appoint an election committee. Willing to volunteer, give us right. to reduce the number of addresses.
Other stuff is.
And I know there's no exception, and we've been told by our attorneys, but our attorneys also suggested we contact the Secretary of State because we're a small HOA compared to big ones. So believe me, they're gonna find a way not to send stuff because that's thousands of dollars for those. So we need to show him. Find a records that have been bad for him. And then contact the Secretary of State and find out what we can legally do under the HOA regulations to remove those. In general, legally, it's either after 5 years that you cannot find money. And I don't know what Texas.
What I'm doing right now. Not you can do like some people do analysis because everything is not everything. So a lot of the stuff has not been updated in decades. And so that's why I'm trying to get my addresses. CAD has. I feel like CAD has.
I mean, the tax office.
Yes.
Yeah, because CAD is just one computer system.
But they have their addresses in there. I want to make sure that our addresses match their
Well,
addresses.
that's the first step is to
And
take
so
the
that's what I'm doing now. Is I've got all their addresses in there. And I look at buildings, our address is different than theirs. But actually, it needs to be updated.
Yeah,
It needs to do that. I don't know. It's gonna be able to go in the building. I've gone in and corrected some of them myself. And,
it doesn't matter who does it, as long as
it doesn't matter. But what I'm saying
I
is.
had an accident with my fidelity stuff. I was getting the signature card out
They
yesterday.
called you just to
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I was almost going crazy
Alright,
there.
this is the new one. Okay, so here's the index year, June to June. The difference is between these two figures, which is 2.67. So the total increase is 2.67. Maximum allowed by declaration is 2.5. All right, totals based on August 14th, reported by the insurance services includes a lot of the charges.
She's got it.
So it's 54. Landowner charge here is 54. That's the restricted one, which is $49. Okay.
It's right there.
Right, and then residential is 58.
Oh, that's what this
FRMs
is.
are 48.
That's what
Yes, what we did here is here's the owner charter, and I do it this month.
Said that you get the checks.
$49.
By the way, how was your week?
Times 12 months, it's $588 yearly, times 2.67.
And then it goes.
Yeah, no,
Plus
having
the
back
new
to back meetings.
amount.
Hey, I'm going to.
657. So 50, 31 per month. Plus 550.
I know.
It's 55.81 per month. The new rate for owners and charges are not due. Residential is done the same way. 48. 12. Comes out to a rate of 49.28 per month. Okay. I'm not gonna add the 550. That's only added to. Yeah, that crime is done the exact same way. It goes from the same to $48.
I think we have to time it.
We do some
There's the same process for 2.5.
I like
Water
the
charter, $49. Comes out the same thing, 580.
We can take one request.
5%.
Yeah.
$14.70 plus the 588.
We've been broke rent with reservation.
Is equal to 23, the difference is $1.23.
Yeah, we're way off
$28.
on this thing, but
$28.
we're not going to timing this meeting. We're not going to break a record.
Yeah, 23,
And I
120.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we reconvene? We're not really on break. We took a pause.
A lot of us, 937.
We can all just, we're almost done.
Okay, so these numbers are.
Right, Warren? We're almost done.
That's what you have there.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me loud and clear? Okay.
Here's the lots.
Yeah. Denver, make your risk
Those are 128.
131,
Yeah.
and then you got
128 and
residential at 128. So
Right.
that, those numbers are right.
Right.
259.
259.
We're gonna present both numbers, right?
Yeah.
And under 2.5. it's, 123 for the-
Latest.
So I was thinking that picture of it. I can.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
I
sir.
mean, I got a highlighter somewhere.
You gonna present?
You got a highlighter?
Yeah, I can do it. No, I can do it.
You don't have a highlight, I'm sorry.
Okay, then I'll do this.
I'll get your mic.
Let's see, do that. Here I just ran out the memberships. This is how much.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Yep.
There you go.
This all works. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
It's not a recess.
where's Charlene? Okay.
That have their assessment. So actually, that's the employee's job.
Yeah, it is, but yeah.
But I'll help you.
Mr. Wiley is gonna present the numbers, the potential numbers for the potential increase to the membership of the residential piece.
Okay, after taking a class on calculus. The owner charter, at 2.67%, the maximum allowed would be $1.31 additional a month. Residential would be $1.28, for a combined of $2.59. And FRM, $1.28. Owner charter, $1.23. Residential, $1.20, and FRM charter no deed, $1.20. And the owner charter additional would be $17,213 to the budget. Residential would be $13,086 to the budget. FRM would be $1,551 to the budget, for a total annual increase for all memberships of $31,851. And if we went with the 2.5%, it would go from 29,885, so a decrease of roughly right at $2,000.
So those are the maximum numbers, correct?
That's 2.5%, and that's 2.67%. Respectively, yeah.
So what percentage are you using? What's your index?
The 2.67%, and 2.5 as well. That's the lower number.
Director, do you have any issues with the maximum 2.67?
No.
Like Bill said, it's not even gonna cover the insurance.
So the maximum would add to the fee would be $2.59,
Yes,
correct?
$2.59.
On top of what we're paying currently. Is everybody okay with 259?
So I think you're missing an opportunity here, and I could be wrong, but the residential assessment, so each assessment's broken down, everything's based off of the first one, right? So that's your baseline. The residential assessment can actually equal the membership assessment, and then you're restricted as 12%, which 12 or 25% of that 12% is then historical. So just in the calculation, make sure that all of those are all the way to the point where they can be. Because if not, it's the exact opposite of compound interest. Like, you can never get that money back once you miss it. So
Do we need to vote this meeting, or can we just table it and redo our calcs and make sure everything's tight as possible and vote on it next time?
I make a motion that we table it. And we have more member comment or whatever, we can bring it back next month and vote on it.
I did have a question. It seemed like in the conversations that there was a gap of some years when the increase was not properly calculated. And so there's a trough right there that, going back to Travis's point, you can't fill it back in.
And so I'd be interested in, how that's addressed.
I know that it- so. The assessment was brought up to date. All of those years were brought up to date. Okay, added to the assessments at one time. So it was current, as if we had done it each year. And it was current, and it was a pretty good. 9%. Yeah, 5 or 6%. It was pretty big, and that included some recession. So it was all taken care of.
When was that?
It might have been 2012 or 2000.
In 2015, it went up 8.57%. And in 18, it went up 5.26, 21, 5.39, and 22, 9.10.
And so it's actually fairly low to some of the other ones, but yeah, we brought it up to date at that time, so. That dip, as you said, was good. Yeah. We tried very hard and it took a lot to get that passed. It was pretty much kind of strong on it. You have to keep the trash out. Just kidding. Any other questions? And I'm happy and I'm available to go through all those figures for you. Now, I didn't, yes, and it's true. Travis is correct. If you read the declaration, the residential assessment can be no more than the lot assessment. So you can bring it up to have them be the same all across the board. I don't know how it's not gonna add all that.
That's what I was trying to like ask their question.
But I'm here, I'm available to work on the calculations and answer questions.
Evening those up is on top of the
That is
percentage, or it actually before the percentage?
It would be using this, it would be using the, you would just simply make the set, you would accept the calculations for the, owner, chartered without deed, and use that one for, the residential. And you would just recalculate the, end result, how much you're gonna approve from using it. Just, but you would just simply use the, other one. You don't have to recalculate that.
Yeah, so, Jason, the residential right now is 48, right? But member is 49. So you can bring the residential to 49 and it would add additional $10,224 to the budget. There's 852 residential, membership.
We have to recalculate that number.
Yeah.
The final one.
But that doesn't pull away from another category. That's just like a bonus loophole or something.
No, it's not even a it's just in there. It says you can't charge any more than that for residential. You can charge up to the same. So you can base it off the $49. You don't have to recalculate, it's already there under the residential. All you have to do is calculate the endpoint. How much you're gonna make off it. And I will help with all of this. Just let me know when you need.
Now I'm kind of confusing, so.
No, it's not confusing.
Hold on. But if you're saying you have to recalculate it, that's making me think, well, then.
No, you just have to take the, however many are under residential.
860.
Right.
862 or something.
852, you just add an additional dollar then. But you're
852, and you take the same, you take the line from resident, or from lot owner charter, and you use that amount. And then you times it the 852, it's still using the other one. So I'll do it for you.
right. Well, I get the calculation, but there's two things happening. If you get an increase outside of the CPI, but then you're also, the CPI would only apply to the $48. It would not apply to 49. It would have to apply to the 48 plus an additional raise of $1.
No.
Because if you went to 49, then that would have to be a separate, that would be before, you see what I'm saying? If you went to 49, then you put the 2.67, then it would get screwed.
No.
I got you. So the CPI only applies to the membership.
That's true. Well, yes, which is the first one that we.
Yeah, that's the baseline.
Okay.
So then your residential, no matter what you've done, doesn't matter what, so your residential, let's say residential was 30, but you wanted to bring it all the way to membership plus 2.67.
Seven.
2.67. You could do that.
Yes.
You can make them even. It doesn't matter what that percentage is. Yeah, I think that's,
Yeah, I understand.
It's the same. All you need is the one line, but you need to add the additional number of residential members.
which you calculated right.
Yeah, and I would not be comfortable, voting on that without an explicit due notice, you know.
If you
yeah.
wanted to, if you end up wanting to do it, you can do it the way it's presented. And you can do anything between the 2.5 and the 2.67. Okay, but we need the top maximum, which is 2.67.
I think that we should, get all our calculations verified and straight, send it out and dispatch prior to the next meeting. And
Yes.
then everyone knows all the numbers and all the breakdown and all the rules and we.
And I believe me, I'm available to help you calculate that out. So it's really easy to do. I just need to put in my phone and the calculator and have it all done. Just tell me when you want.
Well, just for the record, if we don't vote on it either way today, we're gonna be delayed a month, which then it won't go in effect in the fiscal year, October 1st. I know it was an issue last year,
No, because you can vote on it next week. I mean, next month.
so we're gonna call,
Because next month, a reminder, you
yeah.
also are going to appoint the election committee, so. And I've already got, I am willing to chair it again, I already have to,
my point being is that once we decide, then we have to send out notices to all the members that a decision's been made. So as long as, if the board wants to wait, if the majority of the board wants to wait, then
Well, I mean,
That's what it is.
if you do it in the September regular meeting, you can have all that out prior to it and vote on it and still put it into effect 10/1.
email
Boards have in the past waited until January 1st to start a new year with you. So if you can do any of those things.
the association did suffer a loss last year because we got delayed
That's true.
and I don't think we started collecting until December 1st.
Yes, it was December 1st.
You can get it.
Jason, so, we just need to make a decision, so, we keep the association moving.
When you get it out, I'll help. We'll get the new figures, get them out on dispatch, what they're gonna be, vote on, I don't know what day in September it is, September 20th. Vote on September 20th, you're gonna start it on 10/1. It's not so extreme that they.
But the notices need to go out after the vote.
You
She
have
needs to send out
seven,
notices.
you have seven
Not right
business
away,
days.
it's not hard.
You're gonna get it out.
You have seven business days for it to arrive.
Yeah.
If you vote on the 20th, you have 7 business days for the mail to get to.
We have to send a physical mail.
Yes.
Well, you can send them for 99 cents. No one has to collect the labels.
So they can open up their account.
To build him,
We do, as long as we
We've done it before.
check the address on
This
there.
is nothing new, guys.
So that will eliminate the labor. Maybe we'll check your address, but as far as licking stamps, typing envelopes, stuffing them and taking them.
I volunteer.
So you're saying building will do it and none of this
Here,
will work?
Cindy,
I think legally we have to send a physical mail. So Belgium has 99 cents for the first page of ability to mail letters through a service that they have.
Oh, okay, I got you.
But that, you don't have to buy a stamp. I mean, stamps are almost $1 now anyway.
Yeah, this is what I brought up a meeting ago or 2 meetings ago. Currently, we have not changed our official form of communication. So we do have to mail it. That's the only reason we have to mail it is because our documents have not changed our official communication.
Which documents makes us have to mail it?
So I can't remember if it's actually stipulated or if the 209 states that if it's silent, then it is mail. I can't remember which version of that is, but there's some, it's either we're silent on it, so it's mail, or it actually says mail. I can't remember which one. It's either bylaws or every declaration thing.
it's easy to.
I can look it up.
So it doesn't have to be an envelope stamped letter. It doesn't have to be.
Today does.
I think.
So there we go.
Now I think we do have to send a physical.
That's what I
letter. But
remember
if
we did last year.
figure out how to change our default notification method, then maybe we don't have to blow $1,000 on every kind of letter we want to send out.
Let's do it then. All right.
All right. Second Sharon's motion.
I had made a motion to table it, and I'm sure we're gonna be calling a special board meeting for
Second.
budget,
Vote.
and we have a second.
So call the vote.
What's,
Motion to
what is the
table.
motion? Vote on the motion? How does everyone,
Just a table.
we're gonna table it?
Table. I made the motion to
Okay,
table
we're
it.
gonna table the motion. We're gonna table this item until next month or potential next week. All in favor?
Yep.
Aye. I'm not sure why this is supposed to be. We've been talking about it for months. Golf course John Deere tractor repair, $2,500. Sean?
Our lawnmower, has been down that does the fairways that we use on a daily basis and been down for over a month. And there's two bids in here. One is through John Deere and then the other is through the help.
Tell us.
Southwest. Telus has two, pages and Southwest Auto Tractor. There's only $45 difference. The tractor was, hauled down to Telus, so it's already sitting there. So if we have to move it, it's gonna cost more than $45. So,
Any timeline difference?
So your recommendation is to approve the amounts provided by TELUS,
yes, sir.
which is $4,539.79.
Yes.
I make a motion to approve, Telus repairing the tractor for the golf course.
Second.
All in discussion?
What's a vote call?
Okay. All in favor?
And I also want to say something because, we have really good volunteers here and it's on a good note. I don't know if y'all know, Max works for very little money at the golf course helping. And, he called me the other day when the mower broke down and he said, John, I'm looking for a tractor. I want you to look at this one. I thought it was kind of an odd conversation. I didn't know the tractor broke me. He told me a little about it. And I said, well, why are you buying a tractor? He said, well, I'm buying a tractor because, the one for the porch broke down and it's going to take maybe a couple months to get it fixed. And I said, okay, well, but you're still not answering why you're buying a tractor. He said, well, I'm just going to buy the tractor so we can get the golf course mowed. And once we get done using it, I'll just resell it or something. And it just really goes to show what this place is like and the character of somebody like Max Wilson. So I appreciate, him doing that. And obviously, we're not doing that. We got great volunteers that are helping mow it, but, so it's a good story and there's a lot of good things going on around here day to day.
Make sure, just for clarification, that we're gonna pay out $4,539.39. And it's coming out of,
I believe, Aaron, it can come out of restricted, is that correct?
It would be a capital asset,
Yes.
so it should be. It's a part of the capital.
that way there's no misunderstanding.
Exactly.
So you can write out a check for $4,539.79. Thank you. Ms. Cavender, regarding waiting for bookkeeper recommendation,
So we had a conference call with, actual QuickBooks. QuickBooks does bookkeeping, and how they base their, bookkeeping cost is based on the amount of receivables, correct? It was expenses. 0 to 10,000, there's 300 a month. 10,001 on up to another amount was 700. And then above that was, 500, and above that was 700. Fort Clark Springs reaches the 700 limit. That's 24/7 bookkeeping. They will do our books, they will pull our reports, they will reconcile bank statements. They will do all of those things for $700 a month. There is a initial $2,000 fee to make sure that the books are reconciled, so that when they start doing the books, that they're complete and accurate, based on GL codes, classification, and whatever they deem necessary to get the books to where they are. The only thing I have not been able to get a hold of them, we didn't think about this when we had the conference, is will that include lost warrants? Because we have not a corporation or in QuickBooks. If that doesn't, it will probably be an additional 300. I'm estimating. I don't know if they'll combine it because it's in QuickBooks together, but they don't go over that threshold of 10,000. So it would be 300. So at most, it would be 1,000 a month, which still, we would still be saving $2,200 compared to what we were paying. They know the books, they know everything, and again, it's 24/7, I can call them anytime. They seem, and it's not a contract. We can cancel it at any time if we are not happy with what they can provide. I don't think I'll find any issue.
This service compared to the previous bookkeeping service, I'm gonna save money.
I just said,
I'm sorry. There's a
I'm
difference.
sorry. Yes, I said we'll save $2,200.
That
Sorry,
we're
I didn't mean to sound short, I just like
It's been re-emphasized. Thank you.
I reemphasized that.
Well, should we,
QuickBooks can do a lot of things, and I think they would, we could probably talk to them about bundling in lost monies into it.
I'm
And also payroll.
Oh, well, we already talked about payroll, so
And so,
that's next.
I think if we're talking to them about it, we should let them know everything that we do and what can they do and what their price is. So we can just do it on a bundle and get the best price.
It'd be nice to have a one-stop shop. They also do 1099 contracts too.
I know
So
my daughter works for them doing taxes,
Tell her to call me.
and she does taxes for the whole country. And my granddaughter is so
They also do sales tax as well.
Let me
They
take
can
care of it.
probably help us figure
Yeah,
out the sales.
but I think we need to give it to them all in one thing.
I understand.
And get a quote. We'll get a better price.
And you're correct. My understanding though is they have each, I'm gonna call it a module. I don't know if that's the correct.
Yeah, they have prices for each.
Right,
Each
they're
thing,
for each
like
one.
for
And I can
payroll,
ask-
for bookkeeping, for this.
Right,
But if you go in all together, there are discounts.
and they may, so definitely we are gonna, I will talk to them about that.
So as far as amounts, I mean, this today, we want you to get further information, or do you
Yes.
want us to approve monies to get this thing going?
I need a bookkeeper. So I would say yes, but let's wait and find out what the bundle would be.
As I understand it, there's a $2,000 on board,
Yes.
$700 one, which the 700 is our recurring fee.
Yes,
The 2,700 upfront exceeds the spending limit, so it needs approval by the board. 700 a month you can do under your operational expense, and it's tremendously less than our $3,200 a month expense. And we're looking to bundle other stuff. However, I would suggest we can proceed with the 2,000 on board and 700 per month. And say that the 700 a month is our ongoing, because it's substantially less than any other option that's been presented, whether it's Ojo or MSH.
no, good question, 'cause I can clarify that just to make sure if they're gonna charge us that 700 that month, the same month as the 2,000. They may not.
I don't think it is, but I would like to get more details on, we can email vote it, everybody wants it done,
Yes.
you know, and I don't think anyone is gonna deny it as long as it makes sense to us. And while we might not have P and Ls, we also do pay $6,400 to anyone in the last 2 months. So there's incentive to get it done, like we all want it done.
Yes.
I do agree with what Aaron's saying. Maybe we ought to consider having a vote, getting the wheels, start pushing the car down the road, you know? And then we can put it in full throttle later if everyone's in agreement.
I would like to go ahead and make the motion that we vote on getting the QuickBooks started, not to exceed $2,700 to get it going. And then we can get the rest of the information and vote it that at the next meeting.
Is that reasonable?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not gonna argue.
Okay.
And I'm fairly certain that the 700 is for their maintenance. The 2,000, they said it was gonna take 30 days to get our stuff straightened. So I believe that the $700 is the second month. So we may only cough up 2K. They may charge tax, sales tax or whatever, but
The 2,700 will get it going, and if we save the 7, right? If we don't, we've got the money in the budget.
All in favor of the motions? Unanimous?
Did I get a second?
Yeah,
Yes,
Oh, Aaron, okay.
there was
second. So Monday. Kick it off. Okay. And 209 letters. Consider purchasing a 1986 bulldozer, estimated price $35,000. We're in need of our old 1971. We know how to save money around here. Our 1971 bulldozer has had better days. And we might have an opportunity to buy a 1986 bulldozer. And that's why it's on the agenda today. And directors,
So this is another substantial capital expense, capital asset. As capital budget was part of our budget conversation. I've similar to other capital assets that have been presented, I would like to do more research and instead of just making the idea to purchase it and also include into our overall capital budget and expenses because I think that's a big part of this. As such, I would like to table this. However, this is a tangent. I'll let me make my comment before I make a motion. I'm inclined to have another special budget meeting where we try to get to where we need to be before we then have our September meeting voting on the budget. And I wouldn't mind adding a significant capital asset as part of the consideration for the budget. So I motion to table this for a next meeting, which may precede the regular meeting.
I
before,
second it.
I was gonna say, before second motion, I was gonna ask you, is there an urgency? I'm just asking.
I
That's
can't
not-
answer that clearly because I would have to talk to Philip because obviously they've been working without one for a month and a half. Cause when they, just something in the landfill, they have to cover it, smash it down and cover it.
Are we renting one right now, or you don't know?
I'm
Are
sorry.
we renting one?
Mr. Guzman, I made a motion.
Hold on, time out.
No, we gotta get clarification.
No, we don't.
Yeah,
When
we
the
do.
motion
I
is
want- I
made and
want-
seconded.
That's not
then you-
fair, Aaron.
I mean,
That's
you're not being
BS.
reasonable.
You can't have the
This has
chair,
happened the last 4 motions.
the chair, and it's not necessarily right. The chair should run the meeting, and at the end of the day, when a topic comes up for discussion, every director should have the right to speak. You can't just be the first person to talk, and the very first thing you say is, I make a motion table it. That's not appropriate. And Memo, as you being president, you need to do a better job of managing that, because that's not right. It needs to stop. Everybody needs to have a right to talk, have their chance to talk as duly elected directors. Then a motion can be made, and your motion may pass, and that's fine.
And that has happened, and yet motions are called, and then mid-motion, mid-second, not this time, but this meeting, motions are then muddied up and made unclear because they are not called to a vote as they should be when a motion and the second is made after everyone has spoken.
And that's a whole other topic, and
That's this topic.
That is not what just happened.
No one else has said anything.
I am most likely in favor of the motion, but I do think that the board needs to have all the proper information, and the proper information is that all of the information is that we have been running for a month and a half without a bulldozer. And that's not an advocacy for buying a bulldozer. Just everybody needs to have the facts. And I'm not sure everybody has them because I spoke with Philip about this personally to ask him what their needs were so that I would know whether or not this was necessary. We've been running a month and a half without a dozer. Everything is going in dumpsters currently. The process is that you get the trash, they pick it up, they put it in the landfill, they trample it down with a dozer, and if they have a big enough dozer, which the 1971 dozer was not big enough to do it, the 1986 dozer is big enough to do it. they pull a sheep's foot over it. Once that's done, dump truck brings in a couple loads of dirt and they cover up the trash. So that's the process. We're all informed about that now. And then what we have been doing is putting it in a dumpster. So, I ran an analysis a year and a half ago on the dumpster and, and using our resources to take it all to the dump and then, obviously fuel and man hours and did an entire analysis on it. And at the end of the day, it's not really more expensive for us to put it in a dumpster. So, now if anybody else has anything to say or table it, that's fine. But we all need information.
So you're saying it's basically equivalent if we just keep putting it into dumpsters as to spending.
For the most part,
at
yes.
this moment,
For the most part, yes. It's not a significant difference.
I'm fine for tabling it and bring it up again later, with the budget and budget context.
Here,
And I'm for tabling it and then just bring it up. I think we do need a special meeting to do more budget work. And is it allowed for us to accept the assessment increase at a special meeting budget if it's on the agenda? So we get our couch straight, or it has to be the regular board meeting?
I don't know.
I'm not sure it is. I'm not sure that it's not even possible to do it now.
Yeah, I mean, if we announce it in time, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
that way we're not so close
Yeah.
to the first, we can get more time for notices, if it's legal. Okay,
Or we can just move the meeting a week in advance.
okay.
I mean, everything,
Yeah.
we're flexible.
Yeah.
We have to be flexible.
All right, so.
All right, we made a motion earlier. Sharon made a second motion.
actually, vice versa.
Okay,
It's vice
okay.
versa. She motions the
Okay.
second.
the table,
I motion to table the bulldozer to our next meeting, which includes the budget, which may precede our regular.
And I had second the motion on that.
okay, all in favor of the motion?
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have any special announcements.
I do.
Okay, I don't have any. I was gonna ask you all. Does the audience have any? Come on down. Any special announcements, please?
From 2 to 5 at the Duck Inn today, we'll be selling ice cream cones to raise money for Fort Clark Days.
Is it Bluebell?
Of course.
All right.
I have an announcement. I'll hand this out to you.
Your name, sir?
It's Baker Hughes.
Okay.
Can I reach those? Sorry.
Oh, fancy paper.
Oh, nice.
I'm really just here. I know there's no official action here. I'm just here to, I guess, introduce myself and announce that there's positive impact to your bottom line coming. But there's a lot of discussion we'll have to have before that date, obviously. So I'm asking you all to, if you will, I know you have a big slate of special meetings, it sounds like, especially for essential things like the budget. But somehow if you can find time in your lives for a special discussion about this, my goal is to have a new enterprise booted here at the fort in time to service the influx of hunters and winter Texans. And so this will positively impact your bottom line, of course, in new revenue, and also in bringing people into the fort, some more new revenue, and also in providing a place of employment for people in the area. So more new revenue. So my name is Baker Hughes, and there's a little bio about me on there. So let's talk.
So, Mr. Hughes, are you wanting to?
Please.
I see proposal coming, but are you wanting to maybe rent Dixon Hall or something to that extent?
Yes, Elise.
And have you toured Dickman Hall?
Yes, sir.
Multiple times.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what you're getting yourself into.
People I've talked to, but I've actually made acquaintance this week with a man who was employed there as a young man.
I was.
Oh, were you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
My wife and I both were. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna drop names because I'm still meeting people, but this man's also a contractor. And so there's obviously some, repair things that need to be addressed. But as I've talked to Charlene and we've
talked about an unofficial memorandum of understanding, just to make sure we're on the same page as far as expectations. So it's a discussion. But I think we can address those things and look toward what I'm gonna call a soft launch date. So we may not have every single aspect of Dickman addressed, but I think we can address enough of the building so that we actually have a place to welcome people and we can be fully operational as a fine dine facility.
Awesome.
And
All right,
I would like to say that I own 2 restaurants and I've started one like that from scratch where you have to do the kitchen and
Yes, ma'am.
everything, in a lease situation, so I understand where you're coming
Okay.
from. But, yeah, it would be wonderful.
Okay.
Like I said, it will be a lot to do with discussion.
I know you have a lot of things that you have to work through right now.
To be consistent,
Yes, sir.
the expectation from the board is gonna be just leasing it to you?
I'm sorry.
The expectation of the board right now, in this possible dream, is just leasing it to you, or you're gonna expect?
Yes, well, my thought is because you have such a fluctuation in population in the area. I mean, the last 4 years have been dismal in terms of, because we have other security issues in this area. But, so in order to flex with the income, what I'll be proposing is a net. I'm like, I want to give you a portion of my net. I'll have open books, anybody's welcome to look at my books 24 hours a day, every day of the year. I grew up in a restaurant. I know how to calculate what my daily break even is. So I'll know if I'm in the black every single day. And you can look every single day and you can see what my proceeds have been. And so my lease will be a net of the proceeds. We'll talk about that. I also would like to also tithe, if you will, part of my profit to something to do with the fourth. You know, something needs to, we have some projects need to be addressed. So
Board lunches, you know? Right?
Well,
Come on, man.
I didn't want to say this because I don't want it to appear like a bribery scheme.
You're not gonna bribe me with the lunch.
No, I'll provide lunch for the board.
He's not a cheap date.
That's all done. I'll provide lunch for the board. Prime rib or chicken or steak.
That's gonna be in the newspaper next week, bud. I'm telling you right now.
Well,
Baker Hughes is a corrupt restaurateur. Bribe the board with seafood,
I wouldn't
fine
have
rib, and all this.
I would just add this, 2 years ago, I'm into recycling and repurposing. And so 2 years ago, I was actually given an industrial kitchen. And so I have it in storage. And so making this
Making a little more sense by now.
making this kitchen habitable is not a problem. We can get it done.
I was scratching.
And I also have a contractor
Make it-
that's able to install everything and fix whatever. So I'm looking forward to talking.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Anything else from the membership? All right, folks, our next meeting will be September 20th, 25, unless we call for a special meeting. This meeting will adjourn into executive session at 12:42. Thank you so much for y'all's attendance and your participation. It's always welcome, at least by me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank y'all.
All right, they can hear you. Wait, hold up.
See,
Wait, can you hear me in there?
I can hear you.
Not from any speakers or anything.
Oh, okay, I'm hearing your speaker here, honestly.
It's another marathon executive session, eating big lunches.
It's all good, they can hear you. Sorry.
It's 3:52, Fort Clark Springs. We're reconvening to regular open session. We had one enforcement action to proceed to send out letters. Next Fort Clark meeting, boardroom meeting, will be on September 20th, 2025. Meeting is closed at 3:53.